predator-prey relationship with makers and takers. There are people who go out and create things and build things and work hard on things, and then there are people who come along and think with a sword or a gun or taxes or crony capitalism or communism or what have you. There's all these different methods to steal. Even in nature, there are more parasites than there are non-parasitic organisms. You have a ton of parasites in you who are living off of you, and the better ones are symbiotic and giving something back, but there are a lot that are just takers. That's just the nature of how any complex system is built. But what I am focused on is true wealth creation. It's not about taking money. It's not about taking something from somebody else, but it's from creating abundance. Obviously, there's not a finite number of jobs or a finite amount of wealth. Otherwise, we would still be sitting on caves, figuring out how to divide a piece of firewood and, they're taking a dead deer. So most of the wealth in civilization, in fact, not most, all of it has been created. And it got created from somewhere. It got created from people. It got created from technology. It got created from productivity. It got created from hard work. So this idea that it's stolen is, I think, this horrible zero-sum game that people who are trying to gain status play. But the reality is everyone can be rich. And
okay, for example, freeze or I'll shoot, screen. Okay, for example, the freeze or I'll shoot, scream, they can me. Freeze or I'll shoot, he should as a snake and mini scream and mini scream. Freeze or I'll shoot. I screamed they came. He should as a snake. He should as a snake. And mini scream should as a snake and mini screamed. He was greeted. Welcome away. He was greeted by an army. Screamed teenagers. He was greeted by an army. He was greeted by an army of screaming teenagers. He was greeted. He was greeted by army of screaming teenagers. I heard a woman in the house. After that, screaming for help. The audience screamed their appreciation. I heard a woman in the house. After that, I heard a woman in the house. After that, screaming for help. Screaming, completely different. The audience assume their appreciation. Instinct. Appreciation. Or loud high sound that you make when you're frightened. Audience, group of people. The group of people together in one place to watch or listen to play a movie. Someone speaking. The group of people together in one place to watch or listen to play a movie. The audience screamed. Appreciation. The act of recalculating or understanding that something is very important. Appreciation and the act of recalculating or understanding that something is very important. Or as described, the act of recalculating. The act of recalculating, understand recalculating or understanding that something is very important, or as described. The audience screamed on their appreciation. The audience screamed on their appreciation. Get attention. Okay. The audience screamed on their appreciation. The audience screamed on their appreciation. A crowd cheering appreciation. Max has no appreciation of the fine dancing life. Appreciation. Others scream out their appreciation. Audience. A group of people together in one place. The group of people together in one place to a group of people to watch or listen to a movie. Someone speaking. The audience screamed their appreciation. Get our attention. If a word or image, screamed. If a word or image screams, it gets attention. If a word or image screams, if a word or image screams, it gets attention because it is very big or easy to notice. Latest play disaster, damage, disaster. Disaster. Great harm, damage or death, or serious defect, or serious different. Okay, let's look at screaming. If a word or image screamed the newspaper headlines the next day. If a word or image screams, it gets attention. It gets attention because it is very big or easy to notice. If a word or image screams, okay, get attention. Okay, voice. A loud, high sound you make. A loud high sound you make when we're frightened, excited, or angry. A loud, high sound you make when we're frightened. 这就是3个项，我是想做3个项目。学理解，这是。是这里。A loud, high sound you make. A loud, high sound you make when we're frightened, excited, or angry. A scream of pain. A scream of pain. No one heard their screams. She let out a piercing scream. She let out a piercing. She let out a piercing. She let out a piercing scream. 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 A person. She let out a piercing scream. 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 She let out a piercing. She let out a piercing scream. She let out a piercing scream. She let out a piercing. She let out a piercing scream. Piercing scream. She let out a piercing scream. She let out a piercing. single out a person. Single out a person's creation. Single out single out a person's creation. Single out a person's creation. Let's scream out. No one heard their scream to single out a person. Okay, remember heard here. Person or not. Pierce. Single out a person. Single out a person's screen. Single out a person. Single out a person's screen. Single out a person's screen. Single out a person's screen. I scream out pain. Like no one heard their screams. No one heard their screams. Okay. Scream of pain. No one heard their scream. They singled out a person's scream. Okay, person, thing, or situation that is very funny. A person's thing or situation that is very funny. Situation. They set out things that happen. Instead of things that happen, and the condition that exist, exist at a particular time and place. At a particular situation. Condition that things happening, and conditions things happening and conditions that exist at a particular time or place. 这种情况，这种情况 a person thinks or something that is very funny. A person thinks some or situation or situation that is very funny, something that exists. Condition that exists at a particular time or place. Genes such as scream. Genes such as scream. Her jokes have me in stitches. person or situation that is very funny. Jans such as scream, her jokes have been stitched. Okay. Stitch. Stitches. Piercing. Going through into something. Going through into something. Going through into something. Pierce. Going through in go into or through something. Make a hole in it. Use a sharp point. Apricot. Having a edge or point that can cut something or make a hole in something. Much. Sharp teeth. The point of this pencil isn't sharp enough. Apricot, having the edge or point that can cut something or make a hole in something. She let out a person. She let out. She let out her Pearson scream. Going through situation, conditions that exist at a particular time and place. Stitches. Just gonna have stitches. Last minute. Stitches. Third. A piece of without clothes pin or sharp point in the side of wisdom, which is often caused by not braced enough when running or knife. This is to say two things together or to appear something best. A piece of thread, so in clothes, words, or the single movement of a needle and thread into and out of the clothes that produce this, or stitches was a length of special thread used to join the edges of a 下面这个仅此一役。A person's thing or situation that is very funny and from 这样的事情也不注意，就经常这样。别上面。Jen such a scream, her jokes have me stitches. 理解 a particular type of stitch made in a saw or her jokes have me in stitches. Her joke me in stitches. Her joke means dishes. Her joke means dishes. Conditions exist. Stitches. Her jokes. Jen such a scream. Her jokes have me in stitches. Stitches. That screen stitches. A piece of buried screen clothes or some 这里是其实是个袋子，只能表示意思。 Statius from ordnance of spacious the road you that told you. A particular type of statistics made is proclinating or the pendulum values produce. Okay. Statistics production.
You see that by seeing that in the first world, everyone is richer than almost anyone who was alive 200 years ago. 200 years ago, nobody had antibiotics, nobody had cars, nobody had electricity, nobody had the iPhone. So all of these things are inventions that have made us wealthier as a species. Today, I would rather be a poor person in a first world country than be a rich person in Louis XIV's France. I'd rather be a poor person today than an aristocrat back then. And that's just because of wealth creation. The engine of technology is science that is applied for the purpose of creating abundance. So I think fundamentally everybody can be wealthy. And the thought experiment I want you to think through is imagine if everybody had the knowledge of a good software engineer and a good hardware engineer. If you could go out there and you could build robots and computers and bridges and program them. Let's say every human knew how to do that. What do you think society would look like in 20 years? My guess is what would happen is we would build robots, machines, software, and hardware to do everything, and we would all be living in massive abundance. We would essentially be retired in the sense that none of us would have to work for any of the basics. We'd even have robotic nurses. We'd have like machine-driven hospitals. We'd have self-driving cars. We'd have farms that are 100% automated. We'd have clean energy. So at that point, we could use the technology breakthroughs to get everything that we wanted. And if anyone is still working at that point, they're working as a form of expressing their creativity. They're working because it's in them to contribute and to build and design things. So I don't think capitalism is evil. Capitalism is actually good. It's just that it gets hijacked. It gets hijacked by improper pricing of externalities. It gets hijacked by improper yields where that you have corruption or you have monopolies. Overall, capitalism is intrinsic to the human species. Capitalism is not something we invented. Capitalism is not even something we discovered. It is innate to us in every exchange that we have. When you and I exchange information, I want some information back from you. I give you information. You give me information. If we were having a good information exchange, you'd go talk to somebody else. So the notion of exchange and keeping track of credits and debits, this is built into us as flexible social animals. We are the only animals in the animal kingdom that cooperate across genetic boundaries. Most animals don't even cooperate, but when they do, they cooperate only in packs where they co-evolve together and they share blood, so they have some shared interests. Humans don't have that. And what lets us cooperate? It's because we can keep track of debits and credits, who put in how much work, who contributed how much. That's all free market capitalism is. So I strongly believe that it is innate to the human species, and we are going to create more and more wealth and abundance for everybody. Everybody can be wealthy. Everybody can be retired. Everybody can be successful. It is merely a question of education and desire. You have to want it. If you don't want it, that's fine, then you opt out of the game. But don't try and put down the people who are playing the game, because that's the game that keeps you in a comfortable, warm bed at night. That's the game that keeps a roof over your head. That's the game that keeps your supermarket stocked. That's the game that keeps the iPhone buzzing in your pocket. So it is a beautiful game that is worth playing ethically, rationally, morally, socially for the human race. And it's going to continue to make us all richer and richer until we have massive wealth creation for anybody who wants it.
And it's not just individuals secretly despising wealth, right? There's countries, groups, political parties that overtly despise wealth, or at least seem to.
That's right. And so what those countries, political parties, and groups are reduced to playing the zero-sum game status. And in the process, they destroy wealth creation. They drag everybody down to their level,
Species.
which is why the U.S. is a very popular country for immigrants because it's the American dream.
From-
Anyone can come here pretty poor and then work really hard and make money and get wealthy, but even just make some basic money for their lives. Obviously, the definition of wealth is different for different people. A first world citizen's definition of wealth might be, oh, I have to make millions of dollars and I'm completely done. Whereas for a third world poor immigrant just entering the country, and we were poor immigrants who came here when I was fairly young to the United States, wealth may just be a much lower number. It may just be like, I don't have to work a manual labor job for the rest of my life that I don't want to work. But groups that despise it will essentially bring the entire group down to that level. If you get too many takers and not enough makers, society falls apart. You end up with a communist country, look at Venezuela, right? They were so busy taking and dividing and reallocating that people are literally starving in the streets and losing kilograms of body weight every year just through sheer starvation. Another way to think about it is imagine an organism that has too many parasites. You actually need some small number of parasites to stay healthy, and you need a lot of symbiotes, like all the
Species. Species. Some people steal. They choose this screen. Okay. Cry, to cry, or say something loudly and unusual. To cry, or say something loudly and unusually on a high note, because of strong emotions such as fear, excited, to cry or say something loudly and usually on a high note because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement, or anger. The children screamed in delight. The children screamed in delight as they snedded as they snedded down the aisle. The children screamed in delight as they snedded down the aisle. Some people steal trap. Some people steal trap in the wreckage screamed for help. The children screamed in delight as they snedded down the hill. Some people steal trap. Some people steal trap in the wreckage screamed for help. Some people. The children screamed in delight. Children screamed in delight as they snedded down the hill. Okay, some delight. What mean is the children screamed in delight. And they snedded in the children screamed in delight. Something good prayer. The children screamed and they snedded down the hill. Children screamed in delight and they snedded down the hill. Some people steal trap in the Some people steal trap. Some people steal trap in the wreckage screamed for help. The children screamed in delight and they snedded down the hill. The children screamed in delight as they snedded down the hill. The people still trapped in the acres grabbed for help. Delight. Great pleasure, satisfaction, or happiness. Choosing happiness needed. An object used for traveling. An object used for traveling over snow and ice with narrow strips wood ornamental under it. Instead of wheels, it can be either a no frame or a vehicle like a carriage pulled by horses or dog. The children's grade. The children screamed in delight as they slid down the hill. Some people still trapped in the wreckage screamed for help. Slid down in the hill. Some people still trapped. Slid are used for traveling over about snow and ice with trapped. A device workable for catching animals while people provides a device workable for catch animals or people and preventing their escape. A device workable for catching animals. A device workable for catching animals or people and preventing their escape. Animals. Get free for something, or to avoid. Get free something. Get free for something, or to escape. Prevent their escape. Not their escape. Advice workable for catching animals or people and preventing their escape. Preventing escape. A device workable for catching animals or people and preventing their escape. And a dangerous or unpleasant situation which you have got into and from which is difficult or is impossible to escape. The children scream in delight as they slid that I was still trapped in the wreckage screamed for help. In the wreckage. That's good. Happiness and wreckage screamed for help. Wreckage. About disaster, damage, harmful. Wreckage. Okay, wreckage. A badly damaged object or the separated parts of a badly damaged object. A badly damaged object or the separated parts of a badly damaged object or damaged object. A badly damaged object. A badly damaged object or the separate wreckage. Wreckage. Some people still trapped in the wreckage screamed for help, for speed, to force out the contents of the mouth, especially saliva, to force out the contents of the mouth, especially saliva, to force out the contents of the mouth, especially saliva. Bonjour spat contemptuously in the lawyer's face. Contents. Contemptuously in a way that shows strong dislike. Or a lack of respect for someone or something. To force. Boy, you spat in the lawyer's face. Okay. In the lawyer's face. Bob Ewell spat contemptuously in the lawyer's face. It's like in a way that shows strong dislike or a lack of respect for someone or something. The waiter smelled contemptuously at anyone who didn't know when to order. He was built at school and treated contemptuously by his stepfather. His better they meet out in discuss. Discuss. Contemptuous disgust. Contemptuous. Disgust. Or strong feeling of disapprove and dislike under situation. Person's behavior. He walked out. She walked disgust.嫌弃。Discuss. A strong feeling of disapproval and dislike at a situation. Person's behavior. In disgust, she walked out in disgust. At we are demonstrating to show our anger and disgust at the treatment of refugees. In disgust at her resigned from the committee in disgust at the corruption. Much to someone's disgust, much to his disgust was found for a natural parking. Parking. Or strong feeling of disgust. To force out the contents of the mouth, especially never.送人出去 especially never 我想一下网红类似的我觉得都不用看不用新钱包可以不用直接换个旧钱包就Black删除所账号不用新钱不用新钱包 Character. Luck. 请这个也不要。Coin 什么东西？Coin 从Okay.
mitochondria in all of our cells that help us respirate and burn oxygen. These are symbiotes that help us survive. We can survive without them. But to me, those are partners in the wealth creation that creates the human body. But if you just were filled with parasites, if you got infected with worms or a virus or bacteria that were purely parasitical, you would die. So any organism can only withstand a small number of parasites. And when the parasitic element gets too far out of control, you die. So, that again, I'm talking about ethical wealth creation. I'm not talking about monopolies, I'm not talking about crony capitalism, I'm not talking about mispriced externalities like the environment. I'm talking about free minds and free markets, small scale exchange between humans is voluntary and doesn't have an outsized impact on others. But I think that kind of wealth creation, if a society does not respect it, if a group does not respect it, that society will plunge into ruin and darkness.
Obviously, we want to be wealthy and we want to get there in this lifetime without having to rely on luck. A lot of people think making money is about luck. It's not. It's about becoming the kind of person that makes money. I like to think that if I lost all my money and if you dropped me on a random street in any English-speaking country, within 5 to 10 years, I'd be wealthy again. Right? Because it's just a skill set that I've developed and I think anyone can develop. In 1,000 parallel universes, you want to be wealthy in 999 of them. You don't want to be wealthy in the 50 of them where you got lucky. So we want to factor luck out of it. There's really 4 kinds of luck that we were talking about. This came from a book, Mark Andreessen wrote a blog post about it. But there's different kinds of luck. The first kind of luck you might just say is like blind luck, where I just got lucky because something completely out of my control happened. That's fortune, that's fate, etc. Then there's luck that comes through persistence, hard work, hustle, motion, which is when you're just running around creating lots of opportunities, you're generating a lot of energy, you're doing a lot of things. Lots of things will just get stirred up in the dust. It's almost like mixing a petri dish and seeing what combines, or mixing a bunch of reagents and seeing what combines. You're just generating enough force and hustle and energy that luck will find you. A third way is that you just become very good at spotting luck. So if you are very skilled in a field, you will notice when a lucky break happens in that field when other people who aren't attuned to it won't notice. So you become sensitive to luck, and that's through skill and knowledge. And then the last kind of luck is the weirdest, hardest kind, but that's what we want to talk about, which is where you build a unique character, a unique brand, a unique mindset, where then luck finds you. For example, let's say that you're the best person in the world at deep sea underwater diving, and you're known to take on deep sea underwater dives that nobody else will even attempt to dare. And then by sheer luck, somebody finds a sunken treasure ship off the coast they can't get at. Well, their luck just became your luck because they're going to come to you to get that treasure, and you're going to get paid for it. Now that's an extreme example, but it's just showing how the person who got lucky by finding the treasure chest, that was blind luck. But them coming to you and asking you to extract it and having to give you a hat, that's not luck. You created your own luck. You put yourself in a position to either capitalize on that luck or to attract that luck when nobody else has created that opportunity themselves. So when we talk about without getting lucky, we want to be deterministic. We don't want to leave the chance.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on the idea that in 1,000 parallel universes you want to get rich in 999 of them? I think some people are going to see that and say that sounds impossible, sounds like it's too good to be true.
No, I don't think it's impossible. I think that you may have to work a little bit harder at it given your starting circumstances. I mean, remember, I started as a poor kid in India, right? So if I can make it, anybody
If I
can.
can
In that sense. Now, obviously, I had all my limbs and I had my mental faculties, and I did have an education. So there are some prerequisites you can't get past. But if you're listening to this video or podcast, you probably have the requisite means at your disposal, which is a functioning body and a functioning mind. And I've encountered plenty of bad luck along the way. First little fortune that I made, I instantly lost in the stock market. The second little fortune that I made, or I should have made, I got cheated by my business partners. It's only the third time around has been a charm, and even then it has been a slow and steady struggle. And I haven't made money in my life in one giant payout. It's always been a whole bunch of small things piling up. So it's more about consistently creating wealth by creating businesses and creating opportunities and creating investments. It hasn't been like a giant one-off thing. My personal wealth has not been generated by one big year. It just stacks up little bit chips at a time. More options, more businesses, more investments, more things I can do. The same way, someone like Adinaj, Ilacertus, he's building his brand online, he's building videos. It's not like any one video is going to suddenly shower him with riches overnight. It's going to be a long lifetime of learning, of reading, of creating, that's just going to compound. So we're talking about getting wealthy so you can retire. So you have your freedom, not retire in the sense that you don't do anything, but in the sense that you don't have to be any place you don't want to be. You don't have to do anything.
Delight. We said it. Some university okay, just going to back speed. 存在一个not want to sell， 其实就是 rate 创造价值，提供价值。Want to sell, want to talking about convenience scale. You said. A chip in an aircraft. A chip in an aircraft. I'll never forget my first flight. I'll never forget a short flights. Our trip in flight. Our trip in flight. Aircraft. Our trip in flight. I'll never forget my first flight. How was your flight? How was your flight? All flights to New York today are delayed. Not right. Delayed. So finish this line kind of case. Dislike 怎么解释的？Happening at a later time than expected happening at a later time than expected waited for believed to be going to happen or arrive believed to be going to happen or arrive waited for later time delay happening at a later time than expected or intended Our flight to New York today are delayed because of bad weather. My flight was cancelled. My flight was cancelled. More examples. Passengers are request to check 2 hours before. Passengers are requested to check in 2 hours before their flight. To check in 2 hours before. 我明白了。Passengers want to check in 2 hours before the flight. 2 hours before the flight. If the flight is late, we'll miss our connection. If the flight is late, we'll miss our connection. Welcome aboard flight welcome aboard flight BA 3452 to Tokyo. I want to know. Okay, I wonder if you could help me. I wonder. Consider. No, not this. I wonder. Consider. Wonder. Wish to know about something. To ask yourself question or express or I'd like some information about flight to New Zealand. I'd like some information about flights to New Zealand. Have you had my luck? Have you had my luck? Have you had any luck with booking your flight? Have you had any luck with booking hotel? You will do on the hotel, or you need help. Okay. Arrangement you make to to have a hotel room tickets at a particular time in the future. Actually, you need in a hotel in the future, or the process making this arrangement. Okay, is easy online. Okay, now, have you had any luck with booking your flight? Have you had any luck with booking your flight? An aircraft that is making a particular flight. Okay, so aircraft. Have you had any luck? Have you had any luck with booking your flight? An aircraft that is making a particular trip. Flight 4742 US areas. Flight 4742 Buenos Aires is now boarding at gate. Is now boarding at gate 9. At gate 9. For example, welcome aboard the flight. Welcome aboard BA. Welcome aboard the flight BA 4545. Okay. Welcome aboard flight BA 345 Tokyo. 345 Tokyo. Our passenger for flight. LH 103 is proceed to gate 16. This is flight. This is flight 595. Over. This is flight A. This is my message. This is Julie. This is the message. This is my mother. This is my father. This is flight 595X. Do you read me? Over. Flight BA 498 has been delayed by 30 British over regret. Urban just about something. Great. To announce the cancellation of flight BA205 to Madrid. Regret. Okay, an arrangement you make to have a hotel. Regret. A person who rules a country for limit. A person who rules. Okay, no, not this. Regret. of sadness about something, a feeling of sadness about something sad or wrong. A feeling of sadness about something sad or wrong, or about a mistake that you have made, and I wish that it could. Or wish that it could have been difficult, better, and better, and a feeling of sadness about something sad, and a feeling of sadness about something sad or wrong, or about a mistake that you have made, and I wish that it could have been different and better. A feeling of sadness about something sad or wrong, or about a mistake that you have made, and I wish that it could have been different and better. Better. Our passengers for flight. Okay. British Airways regret for loss of the cancellation flight B8 for Madrid. On occasion when something fails, flies were moved through the air. And I don't know occasion. Occasion. Particular time, especially when something happens. Or has happened. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. On occasion when something feels wrong. On occasion, special or formal event. Special or formal event. Sorry's party was quite an occasion. There were over 100 people at I can tell you consider. On occasion with something. On occasion with something flies. On occasion when something flies or moves through the air. An eagle in flight. Sadness, the whole flock of geese took flight, started flying. Suddenly, Suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight. Suddenly the whole flock or group of whole flock group of eagled flight. Suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight, started flying. Mother missiles. Okay, weapon fly. And this is the weapon fly. So accurate, correct, and not any mistake, because they are flight. Accurate, modern methods are so accurate because their flight is controlled by computer. It's controlled. So accurate. Flag. A group of. Does that mean? Flag. Group of sheep. Goes birds. Group. Yeah, and right. Accurate. Correct. And without any mistakes. Correct. And without any mistakes. Okay. Modern methods. Are so accurate because they're flat. Okay. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. We met on several occasions to discuss the issue. I've heard him be rude to her on a number of occasions. I seem to remember. Okay. Accurate. Okay, so accurate. Modern missiles. Written. Okay.
That's freedom. So we're talking about enough wealth to get to freedom, and especially thanks to the internet these days, those opportunities are massively abundant. I, in fact, have too many ways to make money. Time. I literally have opportunities pouring out of my ears, and the thing I keep running out of is time. There's just so many ways to create wealth, to create products, to create businesses, to create opportunities, and to, as a byproduct, get paid by society that I just can't even handle it all.
I think it's pretty interesting that the first three kinds of luck that you described, there are very common cliches for them that everybody knows. And then for that last kind of luck that comes to you out of the unique way that you act, there's no real cliche for it. So for the first three kinds, there's dumb luck or blind luck. That's the first kind of luck. The second kind of luck is the cliche that fortune favors the bold. That's a person who gets lucky just by stirring the pot and acting. The third kind of luck, people say that chance favors the prepared mind. But for the fourth kind of luck, there is not really a common cliche out there that matches the unique character of your action, which I think is interesting and perhaps an opportunity. And it also just shows that people aren't necessarily taking advantage of that kind of luck the way they should be.
I think also at that point, it starts becoming so deterministic that it stops being luck. So the definition starts fading from luck to more destiny. So I would characterize that fourth one as you build your character in a certain way, and then your character becomes your destiny. One of the things I think that is important to making money, you want the kind of reputation that makes people do deals through you. You know, I use the example of like if you're a great diver, then treasure hunters will come and give you a piece of the treasure for your diving skills. If you're a trusted, reliable, high integrity, long-term thinking deal maker, then when other people want to do deals, but they don't know how to do them in a trustworthy manner with strangers, they will literally approach you and give you a cut of the deal or offer you a unique deal just because of the integrity and reputation that you've built up. Warren Buffett, he gets offered deals and he gets to buy companies and he gets to buy warrants and bail out banks and do things that other people can't do because of his reputation. But of course that's fragile. It has accountability on the line. It has a strong brand on the line. And as we will talk about later, that comes with accountability attached. But I would say your character, your reputation, these are things that you can build that then will let you take out advantages of opportunities that other people may characterize as lucky, but you know that it wasn't.
You said that this fourth kind of luck is more or less a destiny. There's a quote from that original book that was in Mark's blog post from Benjamin Disraeli, who I think was the former Prime Minister of the UK. The quote to describe this kind of luck was, "We make our fortunes and we call them fate." There were a couple other interesting things about this kind of luck that were mentioned in the blog post I think will be good for the listeners to hear about, is that this fourth kind of luck can almost come out of eccentric ways that you do your things, and that eccentricity is not necessarily a bad thing in this case. In fact, it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, because the world is a very efficient place, so everyone has dug through all the obvious places to dig. And so to find something that's new and novel and uncovered, it helps to be operating on a frontier, where right there you have to be a little eccentric to be out on the frontier by yourself, and then you just have to be willing to dig deeper than other people do, deeper than seems irrational, just because you're interested.
Yeah, the two quotes that I've seen that express this kind of luck, in addition to that Benjamin Disraeli one, are this one from Sam Altman where he said, "Extreme people get extreme results." I think that's pretty nice. And then there's this other one from Jeffrey Pfeffer, who's a professor at Stanford, that you can't be normal and expect abnormal returns. I've always enjoyed that one too.
Yeah, and one quote that I like, which is the exact opposite of that, is play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Right? A lot of people spend a lot of their time playing social games, like on Twitter, where you're just trying to improve your social standing, and you basically win stupid social prizes, which are worthless.
I guess the last thing that I have from this blog post is just the idea that by pursuing these kinds of luck, especially the last one, basically everything but dumb luck, by pursuing them, you essentially run out of unluck. So if you just keep stirring the pot and stirring the pot, that alone, you will run out of unluck.
Yeah, or it could just be a reversion to the mean, right? So then you at least neutralize luck so that it's your own talents that come into play.
Next, you go into more specific details on how you can actually get rich and how you can't get rich. The first point was about how you're not going to get rich. You're not going to get rich renting out your time. You must own equity, a piece of a business, to gain your financial freedom.
This is probably one of the absolute most important points. People seem to think that you can create wealth and make money through work, and it's probably not going to work. There are many reasons for that, but the most basic is just that your inputs are very closely tied to your outputs. In almost any salaried job, even one that's paying a lot per hour, like a lawyer or a doctor, you're still putting in the hours, and every hour you get paid. So what that means is when you're sleeping, you're not earning. When you're retired, you're not earning. When you're on vacation, you're not earning. And you can't earn non-linearly. If you look at even doctors who get rich, like really rich, it's because they open a business. They open like a private practice, and that private practice builds a brand, and that brand attracts people, or they build some kind of a medical device or a procedure or a process where they have intellectual property. So essentially, you're working for somebody else. And that person is taking on the risk and has the accountability and the intellectual property and the brand. So they're just not going to pay you enough. They're going to pay you the bare minimum that they have to get you to do the job. And that can be a high bare minimum, but it's still not going to be true wealth where you're retired. And then finally, you're actually just not even creating that much original for society. Like I said, this tweet storm should have been called How to Create Wealth. It's just How to Get Rich with a more catchy title. But you're not creating new things for society. You're just doing things over and over. And you're essentially replaceable because you're now doing a set role. Most set roles can be taught. If they can be taught, like in a school, then eventually you'll be competing with someone who's got more recent knowledge, who's been taught and is coming in to replace you.
Why?
You're much more likely to be doing a job that can be eventually replaced by a robot or by an AI. And it doesn't even have to be wholesale replaced overnight. It can be replaced a little bit at a time. And that eats into your wealth creation and therefore your earning capability. So fundamentally, your inputs are matched to your outputs, you're replaceable, and you're not being creative. I just don't think that that is a way that you can truly make money. So everybody who really makes money at some point owns a piece of a product or a business or some kind of IP. That can be through stock options. So you can be working at a tech company, that's a fine way to start. But usually the real wealth is created by starting your own companies or by even investors. They're in an investment firm and they're buying equities. So these are much more the routes to wealth. It doesn't have to be ours. You really just want a job or a career or a profession where your inputs don't match your outputs. So if you look at modern society, again, just later in the tweet storm, businesses that have high creativity and high leverage tend to be ones where you can do an hour of work and it can have a huge effect, or you can do 1,000 hours of work and it can have no effect. For example, look at software engineering. One great engineer can, for example, create Bitcoin and create billions of dollars worth of value. And an engineer who's working on the wrong thing or not quite as good or just not as creative or thoughtful or whatever can work for an entire year, and every piece of code they ship ends up not getting used. Customers don't want it. That is an example of a profession where the input and the outputs are highly disconnected. It's not based on the number of hours that you put in. Whereas on the extreme other end, if you're a lumberjack, even the best lumberjack in the world, assuming you're not working with tools, so the inputs and outputs are clearly connected with using an axe or a saw, the best lumberjack in the world may be like 3x better than one of the worst lumberjacks, right? It's not going to be a gigantic difference. So you want to look for professions and careers where the inputs and the outputs are highly disconnected. This is another way of saying that you want to look for things that are leveraged. And by leverage, I don't mean financial leverage alone like Wall Street uses, and that has a bad name. I'm just talking about tools. We're using tools. Computer is a tool that software engineers use. If I'm a lumberjack with bulldozers and automatic robot axes and saws, I'm going to be using tools and have more leverage than someone who's just using with bare hands and trying to rip the trees out by their roots. Tools and leverage are what create this disconnection between inputs and outputs. Creativity, so the higher the creativity component of a profession, the more likely it is to have disconnected inputs and outputs. So I think that if you're looking at professions where your inputs and your outputs are highly connected, it's going to be very, very, very hard to create wealth and make wealth for yourself in that process.
Any other big things you should avoid other than renting out your time?
Yeah, there are two tweets that I put out that are related. So the first one was talking about, we were talking about like how your lifestyle, has to upgrade, shouldn't get upgraded too fast. And that one said, people who are living far below their means enjoy a freedom that people busy upgrading their lifestyle just can't fathom. And I think that's very important, like just to not upgrade your lifestyle all the time to maintain your freedom. And it just gives you freedom of operation. Once you make a little bit of money, you still want to be living like your old self, so that just the worry goes away. So you don't run out to upgrade that house and lifestyle and all that stuff. Let's say you're going to get $1,000 an hour. The problem is that when you go into a work lifestyle like that, you don't just suddenly go from making $20 an hour to making $1,000 an hour. That's a progression over a long career. And as that happens, one subtle problem is that you upgrade your lifestyle as you make more and more money. And that upgrading of the lifestyle ups what you consider to be wealth, and you stay in this wage slave trap. So I forget who said it, maybe it was Nassim Taleb, but he said, the most dangerous things are heroin and a monthly salary, right? Because they're highly addictive. The way you want to get wealthy is you want to be poor and working and working and working. And this is, for example, how the tech industry works, where you don't make any money for 10 years, and then suddenly in year 11, you might have a giant payday. Which is, by the way, one reason why these very high marginal tax rates for the so-called wealthy are flawed, because the highest risk-taking, most creative professions literally lose money for a decade of your life while you take massive risk and you bleed and bleed and bleed, and then suddenly in year 11 or year 15, you might have one single big payday. But then, of course, Uncle Sam show up and say, hey, you know what? You just made a lot of money this year, therefore you're rich, therefore you're evil, and you got to hand it all over to us. So it just destroys those kinds of creative risk-taking professions. But ideally, you want to make your money in discrete lumps, separated over long periods of time, so that your own lifestyle does not have a chance to adapt quickly, and then you can say, okay, now I'm done, now I'm retired, now I'm free. I'm still going to work because you got to do something with your life, but I'm going to work on only the things that I want, when I want, and it's going to be much more creative expression and much less about money.
You're not going to get rich renting out your time, but you say that you will get rich by giving society what it wants, but does not yet know how to get at scale.
That's right. So essentially, as we talked about before, money is IOUs from society saying, you did something good in the past, now here's something that we owe you for the future. And so society will pay you for creating things that it wants. But society doesn't yet know how to create those things. Because if it did, it wouldn't need you. They would already be stamped out big time. Almost everything in your house, in your workplace, and on the street used to be technology at one point in time. There was a time when oil was technology that made J.B. Rockefeller rich. There was a time when cars were technology that made Henry Ford rich. So technology is just a set of things, as Alan Kay said, that don't quite work yet. Once something works, it's no longer technology. So society always wants new things. And if you want to be wealthy, you want to figure out which one of those things you can provide for society that it does not yet know how to get, but it will want. That's natural to you and within your skill set, within your capabilities, and then you have to figure out how to scale it. Because if you just build one of it, that's not enough. You got to build thousands or hundreds of thousands, millions or billions of them, so everybody can have one. Steve Jobs and his team, of course, figured out that society would want smartphones, a computer in their pocket that had all the phone capability times 100 and be easy to use. So they figured out how to build that, and then they figured out how to scale it, and then they figured out how to get one into every first world citizen's pocket, and eventually every third world citizen too. And so because of that, they're handsomely rewarded, and Apple is the most valuable company in the world.
The way I tried to put it was that the entrepreneur's job is to try to bring the high end to the mass market.
It starts as high end. First, it starts with an act of creativity. First, you create it just because you want it. You want it, and you know how to build it, and you need it, and so you build it for yourself. Then you figure out how to get it to other people, and then for a little while, rich people have it. Like, for example, rich people had chauffeurs, and then they had black town cars, and then Uber came along, and everyone's private drivers was available to everybody. And now you can even see Uber pools that are replacing shuttle buses because it's just more convenient. And then you get scooters, which are even further down market of that. So you're right, it's about distributing what rich people used to have to everybody. But the entrepreneur entrepreneur's job starts even before that, which is creation. Entrepreneurship is essentially an act of creating something new from scratch, predicting the society will want it, and then figuring out how to scale it and get it to everybody in a profitable way and self-sustaining.
Let's look at this next tweet, which I thought was cryptic and also super interesting about the kind of job or career that you might have. You said the internet has massively broadened the possible space of careers. Most people haven't figured this out yet.
The fundamental property of the internet, more than any other single thing, is it connects every human to each other human on the planet. You can now reach everyone, whether it's by emailing them personally, whether it's by broadcasting to them on Twitter, whether it's by posting something on Facebook that they find, whether it's by putting a website they come and access. It connects everyone to everyone. So the internet is an inter-networking tool. It connects everybody. That is its superpower. So you want to use that. What that helps you figure out is that the internet means that you can find your audience for your product or your talent and skill, no matter how far away they are. For example, Nenad, who's Illustratus, if he was doing videos pre-internet, how would he get the message out there? It would just be, what would he do? He would run around where he lives in his neighborhood, showing it to people on a computer or a screen, or he would try to get it played at his local movie theater. It was impossible. It only works because he can put it on the internet. And then how many people in the world are really interested in it, or even interested in what we're talking about, are really going to absorb it, right? It's going to be a very small subset of humanity. The key is being able to reach them. So what the internet does is allows any niche obsession, which could be just the weirdest thing. It could be like people who collect snakes, to like people who like to ride hot air balloons, to people who like to sail around the world by themselves, just one person on a craft, or someone who's obsessed with miniature cooking, like there's this whole Japanese miniature cooking phenomenon, or there's a show about a woman going to people's houses and tidies it up, right? So whatever niche obsession you have, the internet allows you to scale. Now that's not to say that what you build will be the next Facebook will reach billions of users, but if you just want to reach 50,000 passionate people like you, there's an audience out there for you. So the beauty of this is that we have 7 billion human beings on this planet. The combinatorics of human DNA are incredible. Everyone is completely different. You'll never meet any two people who are vaguely similar to each other that can substitute for each other. It's not you can say, well, Nibby just left my life, so I can have this other person come in and is just like Nibby, and I get the same feelings, the same responses, and the same ideas. No, there are no substitutes for people. People are completely unique. So given that each person has different skill sets, different interests, different obsessions, and it's that diversity that becomes a creative superpower. So each person can be creatively superb at their own unique thing. But before, that didn't matter, because if you were living in a little fishing village in Italy, like your fishing village didn't necessarily need your completely unique skills, and you had to conform to just the few jobs that were available. But now, today, you can be completely unique. You can go out on the internet and you can find your audience, and you can build a business and create a product and build wealth and make people happy, just uniquely expressing yourself through the internet. Space of careers has been so broad. Esports players, people making millions of dollars playing Fortnite, people creating videos and uploading them, YouTube broadcasters, bloggers, a podcast. Joe Rogan, I read, true or false, I don't know, but I read that he's going to make about $100 million a year on his podcast, and he's had 2 billion downloads. Even PewDiePie, this is a hilarious tweet that I retweeted the other day. PewDiePie is the #1 trusted name in news. This is a kid, I think, in Sweden, and he's got 3 times the distribution of the top cable news networks just on his news channel, not even on his entertainment channel. The internet enables any niche interest, as long as you're the best at it, to scale out. And the great news is, because every human is different, everyone is the best at something, being themselves. Another tweet I had that is worth reading in, but didn't go into this tweet storm, was a very simple one. I like things when I can compress them down, because they're easy to remember and easy to hold on to. But that one was, escape competition through authenticity. So when you're competing with people, it's because you're copying them. It's because you're trying to do the same thing. But every human is different. Don't copy. I know we're mimetic creatures, and Rene Girard has a whole mimesis theory, but it's much easier than that. Don't imitate. Don't copy. Just do your own thing. No one can compete with you on being you. It's that simple. And so the more authentic you are to who you are and what you love to do, the less competition you're going to have. So you can escape competition through authenticity when you realize that no one can compete with you on being you. And normally that would have been useless advice pre-internet. Post-internet, you can turn that into a career.
Talk a little bit about what industries you should think about working in, what kind of job you should have. and who you might want to work with. So you said one should pick an industry where you can play long-term games with long-term people. Why?
Yeah, this is an insight into what makes Silicon Valley work and what makes high-trust societies work. Essentially, all the benefits in life come from compound interest, whether it's in relationships or making money or in learning. So compound interest is a marvelous force where it's like, you start out with 1x what you have, and then if you increase 20% a year for 30 years, it's not that you got 30 years times 20% added on, it was compounding. So it just grew until you suddenly got a massive amount of whatever it is, whether it's goodwill or love or relationships or money. So I think compound interest is very important for us. You have to play a long-term game. And long-term games are good not just for compound interest, they're also good for trust. If you look at Prisoner's Dilemma type games, the solution to Prisoner's Dilemma is tit for tat, which is I'm just going to do to you what you did last time to me with some forgiveness in case there was a mistake made. But that only works in an iterated Prisoner's Dilemma. In other words, we play the game multiple times. So if you're in a situation, like for example, you're in Silicon Valley, where people are doing business with each other and they know each other, they trust each other, then they do right by each other because they know this person will be around for the next game. Now, of course, that doesn't always work because you can make so much money in one move in Silicon Valley. Sometimes people betray each other because they're just like, I'm going to get rich enough off this that I don't care. So there can be exceptions to all these circumstances. But essentially, if you want to be successful, you have to work with other people and you have to figure out who can you trust and who can you trust over a long period of time that you can just keep playing the game with them so that compound interest and high trust will make it easy to play the game and will let you collect the major rewards, which are usually at the end of the cycle. So for example, Warren Buffett has done really well as an investor in the U.S. stock market, but the biggest reason he could do that is because the U.S. stock market has been stable and around and didn't get, for example, seized by the government during a bad administration, or the U.S. didn't plunge into some war. The underlying platform didn't get destroyed. So in his case, he was playing a long-term game, and the trust came from the U.S. stock market stability. In Silicon Valley, the trust comes from the network of people in the small geographic area that you figure out over time who you can work with and who you can't. If you keep switching locations, you keep switching groups. Let's say you started out in the woodworking industry and you build up a network there and you're working hard, you're trying to build a product in the woodworking industry. And then suddenly another industry comes along that's adjacent but different, but you don't really know anybody in it and you want to dive in and make money there. If you keep hopping from industry to, no, actually I need to open a line of electric car stations for electric car refueling. That might make sense. It might be the best opportunity, but every time you reset, every time you wander out of where you built your network, you're going to be starting from scratch. You're not going to know who to trust. They're not going to trust you. There are also industries in which people are transient by definition. They're always coming in and going out. Politics is an example of that, right? In politics, new people are being elected. You see in politics that when you have a lot of old-timers, like the Senate, people who've been around for a long time and they've been career politicians, yeah, there's a lot of downside to career politicians like corruption, but an upside is they actually get deals done with each other because they know the other person's going to be in the same position 10 years from now, and they're going to keep dealing with them, so they might as well learn how to cooperate. Whereas every time you get like a new incoming freshman class in the House of Representatives, which turns over every 2 years, the big wave election, nothing gets done because there's a lot of fighting. Because I just got here, I don't know you, I don't know if you're going to be around, why should I work with you, rather than just trying to do whatever I think is right. So it's important to pick an industry where you can play long-term games and with long-term people. So those people have to signal that they're going to be around for a long time, that they're ethical, and their ethics are visible through their action.
In a long-term game, it seems that everybody is making each other rich, and in a short-term game, it seems like everybody's making themselves rich.
I think that is a brilliant formulation. Yeah, in a long-term game, it's positive sum. We're all baking the pie together. We're trying to make it as big as possible. In a short-term game, we're cutting up the pie. Now, this is not to excuse the socialists, right? The socialists are people who are not involved in baking the pie, who show up at the end and say, I want a slice or I want the whole pie. They show up at the done. But I think a good leader doesn't take credit. A good leader tries to inspire people so the team gets the job done. And then things get divided up according to fairness and who contributed how much or as close to as possible and took risk as opposed to just whoever has the longest mind, the sharpest mind.
So these next two tweets are play iterated games. All returns in life, whether in wealth, relationships, or knowledge, come from compound interest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when you've been doing business with somebody, you've been friends with somebody for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it just gets better and better because you trust them so easy that the friction goes down. You can do bigger and bigger things together. For example, the simplest one is getting married to someone, having kids, and raising children. Like, that's compound interest, right? Investing in those relationships. Those relationships end up being invaluable compared to more casual relationships. It's true in health and fitness. The fitter you are, the easier it is to stay fit. Whereas the more you deteriorate your body, the harder it is to come back and claw your way back to a baseline. It requires heroic acts.
Regarding compound interest, I think I saw you retweet something a while back. Maybe it was from Ed Lattimore. It was something along the lines of get some traction, get purchase, and don't lose it. So the idea was to gain some initial traction and never fall back. Just keep ratcheting up and up.
I don't remember it exactly, but I think that was right. Yeah, it was like get traction and don't let go. It was a good one. Yeah. In terms of pick people to work with that have high intelligence, high energy, and high integrity, I find that's the three-part checklist that you cannot compromise on. You need someone who's smart, or they're heading in the wrong direction, and you're not going to end up in the right place. You need someone high energy because the world's full of smart, lazy people. We all know people in our lives who are really smart, but can't get out of bed or lift a finger. And we also know people who are very high energy but not that smart, so they work hard but they're running in the wrong direction. And smart, it's not a pejorative, it's not meant to be like someone's smart, someone else is stupid, but it's more that everyone's smart at different things. So depending on what you want to do well, you have to find someone who's smart at that thing. And then energy, a lot of times people are unmotivated for a specific thing, but they're not motivated for other things. So for example, someone might be really unmotivated to go to a job and sit in an office, but they might be really motivated to go paint, right? Well, in that case, they should be a painter. They should be putting art up on the internet, trying to figure out how to build a career out of that, rather than wearing a collar around their neck and going to a dreary job. And then high integrity is the most important, because otherwise, without the other two, what you have is you have a smart and hardworking crook who's eventually going to cheat you. So you have to figure out the person with high integrity, and as we talked about, the way you do that is through signals, and signals is what they do, not what they say. It's all the nonverbal stuff that people do when they think nobody's looking.
With respect to the energy, there was this interesting thing from Sam Altman a while back where he was talking about delegation, and he was saying one of the important things for delegation is delegate to people who are actually good at the thing that you want them to do. It's the most obvious thing, but it seems like you want to partner with people who are naturally going to do the things that you want them to do.
Yeah, I almost won't start a company or hire a person or work with somebody if I just don't think they're into what I want them to do. When I was younger, I used to try and talk people into things. That was this idea that you can sell someone into doing something, but you can't. You can't keep them motivated. You can get them inspired initially. It might work if you're a king like Henry V and you're trying to get them to just charge into battle, and then they'll figure it out. But if you're trying to keep someone motivated for the long term, that motivation has to come intrinsically. You can't just create it, nor can you be the crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. Reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know that socially, if someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive towards them, well, it's only a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions in your life. People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, like, wow, that's amazing that, you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else, which is, I'm not taking credit for this, but I modified it a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You will always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem. because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things. Because ego can be undeserved, but self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. That is hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they're to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Their beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful, critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come with a solution. There's also the classic like military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why things not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just like foolhardy and chasing what's not work. That's why I say rational optimism. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just that he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it. Maybe even more. But for whatever reason, their education circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally, than you need to stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people are walking through the jungle, they hear a tiger, one's an optimist and says, oh, it's not headed our way. The other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here. And the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic steps because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, what's the big deal? You lost a few $1 million of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take. The chances that you will succeed. It makes sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country, I actually think the economic opportunity in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail, so don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that can be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health. and stay at things that can cause you to lose all of your capital and all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem, and then there are people who will flip.
Okay, emergence for something dangerous, so such as accident, something which happens suddenly or unexpected, not expected. You don't know what happened. Don't know what happened. That so something dangerous or service such as an accident, so which happens suddenly or unexpected results. How to disable people? How to disable people escape in emergency? How get free people, get free escape, get free people.不行，唉，太讨厌了。Get free people, escape, get free, or 真的要反复的 escape get free from something or to avoid something to avoid stay away from something okay, get free from something okay. How would the disabled people escape yours? How disabled people okay 怎么是产品的get away from something. How would disabled people escape? How would disabled people escape in an emergency? In the emergency exit. For wheelchairs. In the emergency exit suited. Is the emergency exit suitable? Something right on the place. For wheelchairs, the pilot of the aircraft was forced cases. Accurate, correct. Accurate. Forced. Vedic especially violent students were power students. They force the wind had brought down a great many trees in the area. She snapped his face with unexpected force. The pilot of the aircraft, the pilot escaped. Get free from something, or to avoid something. Stay away from things. Escape. Pilot. A person who flies. Flies. A person who flies air. Okay, a person who flies aircraft. A person flies the aircraft. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency. Powered. They forced out the wind had brought down like a great many trees in the area. Influence or person. Okay. Effect. Make something effect about something. Personal effect. Influence. I am blanket. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. On Lake Geneva. The pilot of the emergency was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. The pilot of the emergency was forced to make an emergency landing. Okay, pilot. Aircraft. Force. Physic. Special violent. Students. Violent. Special violent. Could hurt. Use force to hurt. Violent. Use force to hurt or attack. Force or attack. The pilot of the aircraft was forced. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. For example, during the emergency, many staff. Get free. Workers people. Staff or workers or person about workers. Staff. Once with the group of people who work for their group. The group of people who work for an organization. A group of people who work for an organization. The group of people who work for an organization. The group of people who work for an organization. The group of people who are interested. Mm,
Out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this, he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE. And he used to like pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just like overrun with nitpickers. And exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has like coffee of his shoes and just look like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Lee Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited, the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets.
You want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular, specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment. So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you? That's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned. And very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching into highly complex environments, building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge you need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you'll get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. And very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating in the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors and being correct. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists at the top of the production chain for humanity, and the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being picky and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into. This is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But Mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology and technology businesses where I found myself. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed and often observed by other people who know you well and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. To the extent that specific knowledge is taught, it's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things that society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor, sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham and offered to work for him for free. And Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right, that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, on the bleeding edge of art, on the bleeding edge of communication. Even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people. or are very persuasive. Like, for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments and videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He's read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's highly creative. It has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing billboard cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense for it?
You know, I came up with this framework when I was really young, and we're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because every other term that I found for it was overloaded in a different way. At least specific knowledge isn't that used. I can rebrand it. The probably unique knowledge is, yeah, maybe it's unique, but if I learn it from somebody else, it's no longer unique. Then we both know it. So it's not so much that it is unique, it's that it is highly specific to the situation, it's specific to the individual, it's specific to the problem, and it can only be built as part of a larger obsession, interest, and time spent in that domain. It can't just be read straight out of a single book, nor can it be taught in a single course, nor can it be programmed into a single algorithm.
Speaking of Scott Adams, he's got a blog post on how to build your career by getting in, say, the top 25 percentile at 3 or more things. And by doing that, you become the only person in the world who can do those 3 things in the 25th percentile. So instead of trying to be the best at one thing, you just try to be very, very good at 3 or more things. Is that a way of building specific knowledge?
I actually think the best way is just to follow your own obsession. And somewhere in the back of your mind, you can realize that, hey, actually, this obsession, like, I'll keep an eye out for the commercial aspects of it. But I think if you go around trying to build it a little too deliberately, if you become too goal-oriented on the money, then you won't pick the right thing. You won't actually pick the thing that you love to do, so you won't go deep enough into it. Scott Adams' observation is a good one. It's predicated on statistics. Let's say there's 10,000 areas that are valuable to the human race today in terms of knowledge to have. And the number one in those 10,000 slots is taken, right? Someone else is likely to be the number one in each of those 10,000 unless you happen to be one of the 10,000 most obsessed people in the world that are given thing. But when you start going the combinatorics of combining, well, number 3,728 with top-notch sales skills and really good writing skills and someone who understands accounting and finance really well, when the need for that intersection arrives, you've expanded now from 10,000 through combinatorics to millions or tens of millions. So it just becomes much less competitive. Also, there's diminishing returns, so it's much easier to be top 75 percentile at 3 or 4 things than it is to be literally the number one at something. I think it's a very pragmatic approach, but I think it's important that one not start assembling things too deliberately, because you do want to pick things where you are a natural. Everyone is a natural at something. We're all familiar with that phrase, a natural. Oh, this person's a natural at meeting men or women. This person's a natural socialite. This person's a natural programmer. This person's a natural reader. So whatever you are a natural at, you want to double down on that. And then there are probably multiple things you are natural at, because personalities and humans are very complex. So you want to be able to take the things that you are natural at and combine them so that you automatically, just through sheer interest and enjoyment, end up top 25 or top 10 or top 5% at a number of things.
Talking about combining skills, you said that you should learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you'll be unstoppable.
You know, this is a very broad category now, but it's 2 broad categories. One is building the product, which is hard, and it's multivariate. That can include design, that can include development, that can include manufacturing, logistics, procurement. It could even be designing and operating a service. It has many, many definitions, but in every industry, there is a definition of the builder. In our tech industry, that's the CTO, it's the programmer, it's the software engineer, hardware engineer. But even in like a laundry business, it could be the person who's building the laundry service, who is making the trains run on time, who's making sure all the clothes end up in the right place at the right time, and so on. Then the other side of it is the sales side. Again, selling has a very broad definition. Selling doesn't necessarily just mean selling individual customers, but it could mean marketing, it could mean communicating, it could mean recruiting, it could mean raising money, it could mean inspiring people, it could mean doing PR. So it's a broad umbrella category. So generally, the Silicon Valley startup model tends to work best. It's not the only way, but it is probably the most common way. When you have two founders, one of whom is world-class at sales and one of whom is world-class at building. An example is for Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak with Apple. Gates and Alan probably had similar responsibility early on with Microsoft. Larry and Sergey, probably broke down along those lines, although it's a little different there because that was a very technical product delivered to end users through a simple interface. But generally, you will see this pattern repeated over and over. There's a builder and there's a seller. There's a CEO and CTO combo. And the venture and technology investors are almost trained to look for this combo whenever possible. It's the magic combination. The ultimate is when one individual can do both. That's when you get true superpowers. That's when you get people who can create entire industries. The living example is Elon Musk. He may not necessarily be building the rockets himself, but he understands enough that he actually makes technical contributions. He understands the technology well enough that no one's going to snow him on it, and he's not running around making claims that he doesn't think he can eventually deliver. He may be optimistic for the timelines, but he thinks it's within reasonableness of delivery. Even Steve Jobs developed enough product skills and was involved enough in the product that he also operated in both of these domains. Larry Ellison started as a programmer and I think wrote the first version of Oracle, was actually heavily involved in it. Mark Andreessen was also in this domain. He may not have had enough confidence in his sales skills, but he was the programmer who wrote Netscape Navigator, a big chunk of it. So I think the real giants in any field are the people who can both build and sell. And usually the building is a thing that like a salesperson can't pick up building later in life. It requires too much focused time. But a builder can pick up selling a little bit later, especially if they were already innately wired to be a good communicator. Bill Gates famously paraphrased this as, I would rather teach an engineer marketing than a marketer engineering. I think if you start out with a building mentality and you have building skills and it's still early enough in your life or you have enough focused time that you think you can learn selling and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now your sales skills could be in a different than traditional domain. So for example, let's say you're a really good engineer and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like communicating to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson, but in a weird way, that combination, back to the Scott Adams skill stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long-term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy, and they can get almost anything done.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job. And it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and frankly more time because it's very intense, it's a very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good, but when you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you kind of start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer,
To
but I
the
think that is
interest
actually
and
the right
interest
answer.
research such as
Before we go and talk about accountability and leverage and judgment, you've got a few tweets further down the line that I would put in the category of continuous learning. They're essentially, there is no skill called business, avoid business magazines and business class, study microeconomics, game theory, psychology, persuasion, ethics, mathematics, and computers. There's one other comment that you made in a Periscope that was you should be able to pick up any book in the library and read it. And the last tweet in this category was reading is faster than listening, doing is faster than watching.
Yeah, the most important tweet on this, I don't even have it in here, unfortunately, which is the foundation of learning is reading. I don't know a smart person who doesn't read and read all the time. And the problem is, what do I read? How do I read? Because for most people, it's a struggle, it's a chore. So the most important thing is just to learn how to educate yourself. And the way to educate yourself is to develop a love for reading. So the tweet that is left out, the one that I was hinting at, is read what you love until you love to read. It's that simple. Everybody I know who reads a lot loves to read. And they love to read because they read books they loved. It's a little bit of a catch-22, but you want to start off just reading wherever you are and then keep building up from there until reading becomes a habit. And then eventually you will just get bored of the simple stuff. So you may start off reading fiction, then you might graduate to science fiction, then you may graduate to nonfiction, then you may graduate to science or philosophy or mathematics or whatever it is. But take your natural path and just read the things that interest you until you understand them, and then you'll naturally move to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Now, there is an exception to this, which is where I was hinting with what things you actually do want to learn, which is at some point there's too much out there to read. And even reading is full of junk. There are actually things you can read, especially early on, that will program your brain a certain way. And then later things that you read, you will decide whether those things are true or false based on the earlier things. So it is important that you read foundational things. And foundational things, I would say, are the original books in a given field that are very scientific in their nature. So for example, instead of reading a business book, pick up Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Instead of reading a book on biology or evolution that's written today, I would pick up Darwin's Origin of Species. Instead of reading a book on biotech right now that may be very advanced, I would just pick up The Eighth Day of Creation by Watson and Crick. Instead of reading advanced books on what cosmology and what Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking have been saying, you can pick up Richard Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces that start with basic physics. If you understand the basics, especially in mathematics and physics and sciences, then you will not be afraid of any book. All of us have that memory of when we're sitting in class and we're learning mathematics, and it was all logical and all made sense until at one point the class moved too fast and we fell behind. And then after that, we were left memorizing equations, memorizing concepts without being able to derive them from first principles. And at that moment, we were lost. Because unless you're a professional mathematician, you're not going to remember those things. All you're going to remember are the techniques, the foundations. So you have to make sure that you're building on a steel frame of understanding, because you're putting together a foundation for a skyscraper. And you're not just memorizing things, because if you're just memorizing things, you're lost. So the foundations are ultra important. And the ultimate is when you walk into a library and you look at it up and down and you don't fear any book. You know that you can take any book off the shelf, you can read it, you can understand it, you can absorb what is true, you can reject what is false, and you have a basis for even working that out that is logical and scientific and not purely just based on opinions. The beauty of the internet is the entire Library of Alexandria times 10 is at your fingertips at all times. It's not the means of education or the means of learning are scarce. The means of learning are abundant. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. So you really have to cultivate that desire. And it's not even cultivated, you have to not lose it. Children have a natural curiosity. If you go to a young child who's first learning language, they're pretty much always asking, what's this, what's that, why is this, who's that? They're always asking questions. But one of the problems is that schools and our educational system and even our way of raising children replaces curiosity with compliance. And once you replace the curiosity with the compliance, you get an obedient factory worker, but you no longer get a creative thinker. And you need creativity, you need that ability to feed your own brain to learn whatever you want. And to me, foundational things are principles, they're algorithms. They're deep-seated logical understanding where you can defend it or attack it from any angle. And that's why microeconomics is important. Because macroeconomics, a lot of memorization, a lot of macro bullshit. As Nassim Taleb says, it's easier to macro bullshit than it is to micro bullshit. Because macroeconomics is voodoo complex science meets politics. You can't find two macroeconomists to agree on anything these days, and different macroeconomists get used by different politicians to peddle their different pet theories. There are even macroeconomists out there now peddling something called modern monetary theory, which says, hey, except for this pesky thing called inflation, we can just print all the money that we want. Yes, except for this pesky thing called inflation. That's like saying, instead of limited energy, we can fire rockets off into space all day long. It's just nonsense with the fact that there are people who have macroeconomists in their title and are peddling modern monetary theory. Just tells you that macroeconomics as a so-called science has been corrupted. It's a branch of politics. So you really want to focus on the foundations. The ultimate foundations are mathematics and logic. If you understand logic and mathematics, then you have the basis for understanding the scientific method. Once you understand the scientific method, then you can understand how to separate truth from falsehood in other fields and other things that you're reading. So be very careful about reading other people's opinions. And even be careful about reading facts, because so-called facts are often just opinions, but with a veneer around them. What you really are looking for is algorithms. What you're really looking for is understanding. It's better to go through a book really slowly and struggle and stumble and rewind than it is to fly through it quickly and say, well, now I've read 20 books, I've read 30 books, I've read 50 books in the field. It's like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who knows 1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches. I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need two things if I was going to try and sum it up. One, practical persuasion, and two, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms, or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics. If you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you're adding in persuasion, which is talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in. If you're good with computers, if you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is the bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic of a thing. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill. It's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools, I don't need to distract from it completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics and computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations. I would focus with a science bent. I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, a fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen to 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case studies, that's a classic example. They study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. that is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Poor Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. You know, I've learned that tit for tat, in Prisoner's Dilemma, is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games and I ran into all kinds of corner cases, all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So, for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running a retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that I would use to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running their business, it's the number of iterations that drives a learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, and the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. You know, Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of blow-up risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in the natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. We're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is. That's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you'll do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money. They're losing money. They're constantly stressed out. All the responsibilities are on them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was, embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think there were a lot of voters who just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validated. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world, but he sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team. And absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from my Australian friends.
Okay. Emergency. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. For example, during the emergency, many staff volunteered to work. 最近是我觉得最近真切的说真切，真切的说。During the emergency, many staff volunteer. Okay. 就这样。你先把它展开，对我下面，during the emergency, for example, during. 我知道。这个题，所以可能是这样，时间就有点。During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. During the emergency, many staff volunteered. For the emergency, many staff volunteered. For the emergency, many staff volunteers. Many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. During the emergency, many staff, a group of people who work for an opposition. tools for the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit. Grandma always kept a bit of money tracked or put away in case there was an emergency. Grandma always kept a bit of money tracked. Grandma always kept a bit of money tracked away in case there was an emergency. There was an emergency. You can land a plane on the water in an emergency. I was. I always kept. I always kept a blanket. I always kept a blanket. Mom always kept a bit of money track staff. A person who flies aircraft. Need to push a wood end of a piece of clothing or material into a particular place or operation, especially to make it more comfortable. Tuck something into something. Should I tuck my shirt into my pants? Chuck. French. George. Chuck. Cordon. Body to hold body of your body in a particular position. Okay. Grandma always kept a bit of money tracked away in case there was an emergency. You can land a plane on water in an emergency. But I always kept a blanket. I always kept a blanket. I always kept a blanket and a toolkit in the truck for emergency. I always kept a blanket and a toolkit in the truck for emergency. 20 million people face starvation unless 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency. Its program is not. I always kept the emergency stuff. Grandma always kept a bit of money tracked away in case there was emergency. You can land a plane in a water in an emergency. I would keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. In the trunk for emergencies. Twenty million people face starvation. Twenty million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. I will always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergency. I would keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergency. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency. Okay, let's make it back. Million people face 20 million is for starvation. Okay, the face is I'm not about hungry, about non-hungry. Unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Starvation unless a vast emergency a vast emergency aid. A vast emergency 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency emergency aid program, aid, help or support, aid. Something like this, aid, help or support. Or support, yeah, I'm right. Starvation vast. Extremely vast. Extremely big, and 20 million people face starvation. 20 million face starvation. Okay. Vast, extremely big. 20 million people face starvation. This state having no food. This state having no food for a long period often cause death. This and how many pieces are not? How many pieces of baggage do you have? We have to pay extra. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Bags cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of bags do you have? How many pieces of bags do you have? We had to pay extra. We had to pay extra for our excess. And, that's it. 下的图，头像呢？哎，这个地方，这个一个问题，一个问题，一个经济闭着。一个问题，这个是帮助同时呢，我真的不知道。是的，实际上规则是，因为 piece of baked egg do have okay. So it is just we had to pay extra for our excess fact. How many pieces of fact? Extra more than normal. Excess for our extra for our excess fact. Too much fact for our too much fact. And too much fact excess no extra. Storage instead of having no food for a long time period. For a long time period often costs time or length of time or state of having or state of having no food for a long period often causes death. 20 million people face starvation. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. The animals had died of starvation. They instead of having no food for a long period, often cause death. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast. Let's go on. 20 million. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have the right to it. Demand. They please. They please said that is no okay. To ask for something. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Have a right to it. Demand. The police said that if no one claims much, okay, to ask for something about because to ask for something about because you think it enough. Act extremely bad statement. No food. West. Yes. Extra. Added to what is more extra. There's more than too much. Access. Too much. An amount that is more than acceptable, expected, or reasonable. What is it? 这样是口头的。English. Hungry. Bagged. How many pieces are bagged? How many pieces are bagged? How many pieces of bag do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess. Okay. We had to pay extra for our excess showcases. We had to pay extra. Added to what is more excess, too much, an amount that is more than active. we had to pay extra for our excess. We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. 我都是想过的，我都是想过的。We had to pay. We had to pay extra for our excess. We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our baggage. Well, our baggage suitcases and suitcases that weight more than was or not. We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and suitcases. Sorry. Our bags and suitcases. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than what or not. More example. Failed took so much baggage. 喂，你好。你帮我放门口吧，放门口就可以了。好，谢谢。我这是没小错。Okay, difficult. Failed took so much baggage with her. 这里面有两步棋，如果第一步棋完不走，第二步棋就没法走。Failed took so much baggage with her. Honesty. 想起来了，现在进来了 ，Don't worry. Friend took so much baggage with her. We had difficult. 算是有一些。是一个什么东西 ？Fake too much. Fair took so much.再搜索。这是长期一个新的故事，这是长期。Fail took so much. Fail took so much baggage with her. We had difficult getting it on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. More examples. Our baggage and suitcases that weight more than was or not. Fiona took so much baggage with her. We had difficulty getting it on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane. 是不是要去看？我是要看这样子去，再看进去。OK， 如果对这么有精力汇报没有关系，所以要是读书的话。No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. When you play on the third checked.
people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money, but we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages through the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards. You get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in the legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back.
Hi, Tony.
Hello, how are you doing?
I don't know how I do.
Well, I'm really great to get to talk with you. I haven't spoken to you since I saw The Father, which is just such an extraordinary movie. It's such an amazing performance.
With the woman? Yeah, actually, it's me. Oh, Liv?
I have a little personal relationship with dementia. My mom had dementia, and we cared for her for many, many years. And she taught us all so much, about the human brain, about the human spirit. And there was a shift for my mom when she fought it initially. She fought the idea of it, and then there was a shift.
I will say, David,
She
I
finally
would love to have him
accepted that she
be his full production.
From principled sciences. Okay, you want to understand the causality, and from the causality, you create a simulation algorithm that allows us to scale. Well, for a lot of problems, we kind of don't care about the causality. We just care about the predictability in it. Like, do I really care for what reason you prefer this toothpaste over that? I don't really care the causality. I just want to know that this is the one you would have predicted. Do I really care that the fundamental cause of somebody who buys a hot dog buys ketchup and mustard? It doesn't really matter. It only matters that I can predict it. It applies to predicting movies, predicting music. It applies to predicting, quite frankly, weather. We understand thermodynamics. We understand radiation from the sun. We understand cloud effects. We understand oceanic effects. We understand all these different things. We just want to know whether we should wear a swimmer or not. Isn't that right?
Yep.
And so causality for a lot of problems in the world doesn't matter. We just want to emulate the system and predict the outcome.
And it can be an incredibly lucrative market if you can predict what the next best performing feed item is served into a social media feed. Turns out that's a hugely
This is where I was going to go with that. I love the examples you pulled into.
Yeah.
Toothpaste, ketchup,
Exactly.
music, movies.
When you realize this, hang on a second. A universal function approximator, a machine learning system, something that works from examples, could have tremendous opportunities because just the number of applications is quite enormous. And everything from, obviously, we just started talking about.
Okay, let's go for stars. Drink. Answer. Okay. First, can we play through theory? Have been theory checked. Axis. axis. Nexus, very much, continue very much, continue, like, in a detail and careful, very much, continue carefully. Completely carefully and airport. Can we leave our bag at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport. The benefit completely very much has been thoroughly checked. Noise or loud on the plane on this their bag had been third. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotion baggage around with us. We all carry a lot of emotion baggage around with us. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. The benefits and feelings that influence affect someone, person, influence the power to have an effect on people or things, the power to have an effect on people or things, or a person or thing that is able to do this. The power to have an effect on people or things, or a person or thing that is able to do this. The power to have an effect on people or things, or a person or thing that is able to do this. Bad influence. Is a bad influence on him. The power to have an effect on people or the power to have an effect on people or things, or a reason or thing that is able to do this. This influence. My grandmother has a strong influence on me. Strong influence. My grandmother had a strong influence on my earlier childhood. When you in an increasingly secular society in which great nature has less and less influence on our daily lives. She fell under the influence of older students. Influence. Fiona took so much. Right? Bella took so much baggage I with her. We had difficulty getting on the coach. No one is not on the plane unless their baggage had been there checked. Can we leave our baggage? Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The benefits and feelings that influence how you think and behave. The benefits and feelings that influence have an effect on people or things. The power to have my grandmother has a strong influence on my earlier childhood. The benefits and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry enough emotion. We all carry enough emotional baggage around with us. We all carry enough emotional baggage around with us. We all carry enough emotional baggage around with us. Okay. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. The benefits and feelings that influence how you think and behave. The benefits and feelings. The benefits and feelings that influence how you think and behave. Claim. To say that something is true or is a fact. To say that something is true. or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people you cannot prove it, and other people to say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, not act. You know this right, but you cannot prove it. Influence the effective theory doing very much to prove it. To show particular result, notion after a period, you cannot prove it. To show a particular result after a period of time. To show a particular results after a period of time. To show a particular results after a period of time. To show that particular. To show a particular results after a period of time. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. 就是that something to or is a fact. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. So, they come. The company claim it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. Okay, the company claim. Okay, prove it after a period of time to show a particular result after a period of time. The company claim it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. Okay, you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. To say that something is true or is a fact. The company claims the company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. It is not responsible. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution. The company claims it is not responsible. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. It claims to have met the president, but I don't believe it. The company claims it is not responsible. See that something it's see that something. Okay, the company claims it is not responsible. Say that something. Okay, the company claims it is not responsible. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. Responsible. Okay, about duty. You're not about duty for the pollution. Damage. About damage words. Pollution. Damage. Discuss harmful pollution. Influence. producing damage caused to water, air by harmful substances. By harmful substances or waste substance. Damage caused to water, air by harmful damage caused to water, air by harmful substances or waste. By harmful was waste substance. Bad use, waste. Unnecessary or wrong use of money, substances, time, energy, abilities, a waste of time. That meeting achieved absolutely nothing. It was a complete waste of time. She's been unemployed for 2 years, and it's such a waste of her talents. My mother couldn't stand waste. My mother couldn't stand waste. She always made us eat everything on our plates. My mother couldn't stand unnecessary or wrong use of money, substances, time, energy, abilities. A waste of time. That meeting achieved absolutely nothing. It was a complete waste of time. That meeting achieved absolutely nothing. It was a complete waste of time. That meeting achieved absolutely nothing. It was a complete waste of time. It was complete. My mother couldn't stand waste. My mother couldn't stand waste. She always made us eat everything on. She always made us eat everything on our plates. She always made us eat everything on our plates. My mother couldn't stand it. To not be used to eating. Unnecessary or wrong substance. Waste. What's meaning of this? Waste. Track. Waste. Okay. Waste. Necessary. Influence. Unnecessary or wrong use of substance, time, energy, abilities, substances, time, energy, abilities. Okay. Producing. Okay. About damage. Unnecessary. damage caused to water, damage caused to water. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. The company claims it is not responsible. Damage caused to water, air, except. You can't improve. The company claim it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. It claimed to have met the president. But I don't believe him. But our party claimed success. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. Our parties have claimed success. Claimed success in yesterday's elections. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. Our parties have claimed success. Kan du ta det?
Success.
Claim the success. Success. Our parties have claimed success. Our parties have claimed success. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's elections. And an unknown terrorist group have claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. Our parties have claimed success. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's elections. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's elections. An unknown terrorist group. No, terrorist. Okay. Terrorist. Unknown Our terrorist group has claimed group has claimed responsibility. For this, okay, another terrorist group has claimed responsible for the has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. Another terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. Another terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. If I work like this, if I work in this, if I work like 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 this, if I work this, if I work like this, if I work if I work like this, if I work like this, if I work this, if I work this, if I work in this, work in this, work in this. Okay. Waste, bad use. Unused bad use. Work in this. Work in this.
Organization.
Okay.
Organization.
No.
Organization.
Okay. Organization. If an organization or group claims a particular, if an organization or group claims a particular number of members, then that number of people are believed to belong to it. Right to something, belong to something, belong, to be in the right place, or a suitable place, suitable place. Okay, belong, suitable, to be in the right place or a suitable place. To ask for something value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand, to ask for something, to ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. Request. To ask for something forceful. To ask. To ask for something. To ask, request. To ask for something. To ask for something forceful. In a way that shows that you do not expect to be refused. To ask for something forcefully. In a way that shows that you do not expect to be refused. To ask for something forceful in a way that shows that you do not expect to be refused. Demanded an explanation. I demanded an explanation. I demanded an explanation. The union is demanding us a 7% raise this year. The union is demanding a 7% raise this year. Request to ask for something forceful in a way that you do not expect to be refused. To ask for something forceful in a way that you do not expect to be refused. To ask for something forceful in a way that you do not expect to be refused. Demand. Sorry. Demand. Supply demand. Demand. What is this? Request need. To need something such as time, effort, or particular quality. To need something such as time, effort, or particular quality. This is a very difficult piece of music. Okay, this is a very difficult piece of music to play. Okay. This is a very difficult. So, demand concentration. It seems like too many of the quality demanded us. Needed. To ask for something forceful. If I were this. If our organization or group contains a particular number of members, then if our organization or group claims a particular number of members, that number of people are believed to belong to it. To ask, demand, ask, request. To ask for something forceful. To ask for something forceful in or with that you do not expect to be refused. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you. To ask for something of value. Ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. The police said that if no one claims they watch. The police said that the police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. When King Richard III. The police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. Needed. Request. 是不是理解 ？Request needed request 需求 Request to ask something. It needs no one ask. You can keep it. Needed. 那怎么用呢？这个那个的。Demanded expression. The union is demanding a 7% raise this year. He had always demanded the highest standards of behavior from his children. And where do you think you are going? And where do you think you are going? Okay. Twice. Right. And then to ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because to ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think of it. To ask for something of value because you think to ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think. Okay. 其实18岁到20岁是一个女生。Okay.接下来还是要求。To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right. 所有的OK。仔细分析了你。OK。 to ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. Leibniz said. Okay. Leibniz said that if no one Leibniz said that if no one claims if no one claims the watch, you can keep it. Yes. You can keep it. When King Richard. When King Richard was the priest said that if no one claims the watch, demand, request, demand, request. Okay. Understand. 没错。我上一步，你会亏了点时间。亏他的什么？就是说，这上这上。Leibniz. Okay. Leibniz said that if no Leibniz said that if no one claims the watch, you can keep it. When one can reach One can reach. One King Richard was 3 dead. When can reach the three dead? Henry VII claimed the English through to make a right request to make a right demand to ask for something forceful in a way that shows that you do not expect to be refused. Okay. When King Richard III died, Henry VII claimed the English to make a writing demand for money from a government or organization because it will become organization because you think you have a right to it. The number of people claim employment benefits has risen sharply in Islam. Reason sharply. Reason. Move upward. As you move upward sharply, quickly and extreme, quick and strong. The number of people claiming unemployed benefits has risen sharply this month. Demand the government employment benefits are about government about good money benefits are a helpful or good effect. A helpful or a good effect or something intended to help. To make a right demand for money. To make a right demand for money for the government. The number of people unemployment benefits has risen sharply this month. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses. Right? Expenses. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. After interview expenses. 贴吧 expensive traveling around money work. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. Shopping benefits raise upward quickly and move up. Circle. Able to count. Sudden, quickly and sudden. Quickly and sudden. Quickly and sudden. Able to cut. Having this thing or point that cut that can cut something or make a hole in or something. 怎么感觉完全不一样 ？Command. They discover loyal brought many benefits to the advantage, a helpful or good effect. Or something intended to help, or something intended, or helpful or effect, advantage. Money from a government, sharp, producer quick, sudden, happen suddenly, quickly and strong, clear, easy to say or understand, taste, diversion, smart, intelligent or quick to notice things. Sharp. Able to cut. Having the thing. Able to cut. Sharp has. Having a stage or point that can cut something from an important point or make a hole in something. Make a hole. Able to cut, sharp, reason, something. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. When my bag stolen, I claimed on the insurance and got 150 back. If this store won't give me a replacement TV, I'll claim my money back. Money that you spend when you are doing your job, that you employ will pay back. Well, that your employer will pay back to you. That's all. Traveling expense. Money that you spend when my back store. Okay, if this store won't give me the replacement. If this store won't give me a replacement TV, I'll claim my back. I'll claim my money back. Okay. My money back. Let's do it. When my bag was stolen. Yeah, money that you spend when you are doing your job, that your employer will pay back to you. Will pay back to you. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. Okay, so national insurance. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance and got 100 rupees back. Again, as a replacement. And expenses. Money that you spend when you doing your job. I need to get my traveling expenses. I needed to get my expenses through. Don't worry about it, customer. 公款，我这个没猜错吧？这是公款。It's expensive. It's don't. Expenses after if the store want to give a replacement TV, I'll claim my money back. 音讯
commerce overweight to science. And so you realize that maybe this could affect a very large part of the world's industries. Almost every piece of software in the world would eventually be programmed this way. And if that's the case, then how you build a computer and how you build a chip, in fact, can be completely changed. And realizing that, the rest of it is just comes with, do you have the courage to put your chips behind it?
So that's where we are today, and that's where NVIDIA is today. But I'm curious, there's a couple of years after Alex did, and this is when Ben and I were getting into the technology industry and venture industry ourselves.
I started at Microsoft in 2012.
Yeah.
Yes.
So right after Alex Knapp, but before anyone was talking about machine learning, and even the mainstream engineering community.
There were those couple of years there where, to a lot of the rest of the world, these looked like science projects.
Yeah.
The technology companies here in Silicon Valley, particularly the social media companies, they were just realizing huge economic value. It's the Googles, the Facebooks, the Netflixes, etc. And obviously that led to lots of things, including OpenAI a couple of years later.
Yeah.
But during those couple of years, when you saw just that huge economic value unlock here in Silicon Valley, how are you feeling during those times?
The first thought was, of course, reasoning about how we should change our computing stack. The second thought is, where can we find early...
I will say, David, I would love to have NVIDIA's full production team every episode. It was nice not having to worry about turning the cameras on and off and making sure that nothing bad happened to myself while we were recording this.
Yeah, just the gear. I mean, the drives that came out of the camera.
All right, red cameras for the home studio starting next episode.
Yeah, great.
All right, let's do it.
Who got the truth? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Who got the truth now? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Sit me down, say it straight. Another story on the way. Who got the truth?
Welcome to this episode of Acquired, the podcast about great technology companies and the stories and playbooks behind them. I'm Ben Gilbert.
I'm David Rosenthal.
And we are your hosts. Listeners, just so we don't bury the lead, this episode was insanely cool for David and I.
Yeah.
After researching NVIDIA for something like 500 hours over the last 2 years, we flew down to NVIDIA headquarters to sit down with Jensen himself. And Jensen, of course, is the founder and CEO of NVIDIA, the company powering this whole AI explosion. At the time of recording, NVIDIA is worth $1.1 trillion and is the 6th most valuable company in the entire world. And right now is a crucible moment for the company. Expectations are set high, sky high. They have about the most impressive strategic position and lead against their competitors of any company that we've ever studied. But here's the question that everyone is wondering. Will NVIDIA's insane prosperity continue for years to come? Is AI going to be the next trillion-dollar technology wave? How sure are we of that? And if so, can NVIDIA actually maintain their ridiculous dominance as this market comes to take shape? So Jensen takes us down memory lane with stories of how they went from graphics to the data center to AI, how they survived multiple near-death experiences. He also has plenty of advice for founders, and he shared an emotional side to the founder journey toward the end of the episode.
Yeah, I got new perspective on the company and on him as a founder and a leader just from doing this, despite, we thought we knew everything before we came in advance, and it turned out we didn't.
Turns out the protagonist actually knows more.
Yes.
All right, well, listeners, join the Slack. There is incredible discussion of everything about this company, AI, the whole ecosystem, and a bunch of other episodes that we've done recently going on in there right now. So that is acquired.fm/Slack. We would love to see you. And without further ado, this show is not investment advice. David and I may have investments in the companies we discuss, and this show is for informational and entertainment purposes only. On to Jensen. So Jensen, this is Acquired, so we want to start with story time. So we want to wind the clock all the way back to, I believe it was 1997. You're getting ready to ship the Riva 128, which is one of the largest graphics chips ever created in the history of computing. It is the first fully 3D accelerated graphics pipeline for a computer. And you guys have about 6 months of cash left. And so you decide to do the entire testing in simulation rather than ever receiving a physical prototype. You commission the production run sight unseen with the rest of the company's money. So you're betting it all right here on the Reva 128. It comes back, and of the 32 DirectX blend modes, it supports 8 of them. And you have to convince the market to buy it, and you got to convince developers not to use anything but those 8 blend modes. Walk us through what that
The other
felt
24
like.
weren't that important.
Okay, so wait, first question. Was that the plan all along? Like, when did you realize that
We should
only 8 were
have.
gonna work?
I realized I didn't learn about it until it was too late. We should have implemented all 32. We built what we built, and so we had to make the best of it. That was really an extraordinary time. Remember, Reva 128 was MV3. MV1 and MV2 were based on forward texture mapping, no triangles but curves, and tessellated the curves. And because we were rendering higher level objects, we essentially avoided using Z buffers. And we thought that that was going to be a good rendering approach. And it turns out to have been completely the wrong answer. And so what Reva 128 was a reset of our company. Now remember, at the time that we started the company in 1993, we were the only consumer 3D graphics company ever created. And we were focused on transforming the PC into an accelerated PC because at the time, Windows was really a software rendered system. And so anyways, Reva 128 was a reset of our company because by the time that we realized we had gone down the wrong road, Microsoft had already rolled out DirectX. It was fundamentally incompatible with NVIDIA's architecture. 30 competitors have already shown up, even though we were the first company at the time that we were founded. So the world was a completely different place. The question about what to do as a company strategy, at that point, I would have said that we made a whole bunch of wrong decisions, but on that day that mattered, we made a sequence of extraordinarily good decisions. And that time, 1997, was probably NVIDIA's best moment. And the reason for that was our backs were up against the wall. We were running out of time, we were running out of money. And for a lot of employees, running out of hope. And the question is, what do we do? Well, the first thing that we did was we decided that, look, DirectX is now here. We're not going to fight it. Let's go figure out a way to build the best thing in the world for it. And Reva 128 is the world's first fully accelerated, hardware accelerated pipeline for rendering 3D. And so the transform, the projection, every single element, all the way down to the frame buffer was completely hardware accelerated. We implemented a texture cache. We took the bus limit, the frame buffer limit, to as big as physics could afford at the time. We made the biggest chip that anybody had ever imagined building. We used the fastest memories. Basically, if we built that chip, there could be nothing that could be faster. And we also chose a cost point that is substantially higher than the highest price that we think that any of our competitors would be willing to go. If we built it right, we accelerated everything, we implemented everything in DirectX that we knew of, and we built it as large as we possibly could, then obviously nobody can build something faster than that.
Today, in a way, you kind of do that here at NVIDIA too. You were a consumer products company back then, right? It was end consumers who were going to have to pay the money.
That's right. But we observed that there was a segment of the market where people were, because at the time the PC industry was still coming up and it wasn't good enough. Everybody was clamoring for the next fastest thing. And so if your performance was 10 times higher this year than what was available, there's a whole large market of enthusiasts who we believe would have gone after it. And we were absolutely right, that the PC industry had a substantially large enthusiast market that would buy the best of everything. To this day, it kind of remains true. And for certain segments of the market where the technology is never good enough, like 3D graphics, when we chose the right technology, 3D graphics is never good enough. And we call it, back then, 3D gives us sustainable technology opportunity because it's never good enough. And so your technology can keep getting better. We chose that. We also made the decision to use this technology called emulation. There was a company called ICOS And on the day that I called them, they were just shutting the company down because they had no customers. And I said, hey, look, I'll buy what you have in inventory, and no promises are necessary. And the reason why we needed that emulator is because if you figure out how much money that we have, and we taped out the chip, and we got it back from the fab, and we started working on our software. By the time that we found all the bugs, because we did the software, then we taped out a chip again, well, we would have been out of business already.
Yeah.
And so I
And
knew
your competitors would have caught up.
well, not to mention we would have been out of business.
Right. Who cares?
And so, exactly. And so if you're going to be out of business anyways, that plan obviously wasn't the plan. The plan that companies normally go through, which is, build the chip, write the software, fix the bugs, tape out a new chip, so on and so forth. That method wasn't going to work. And so the question is, if we only had 6 months, and you get to tape out just one time, then obviously you're going to tape out a perfect chip. So I remember having a conversation with our leaders, and they said, but Jensen, how do you know it's going to be perfect? And I said, I know it's going to be perfect, because if it's not, we'll be out of business. And so let's make it perfect. We get one shot. We essentially virtually prototyped the chip by buying this emulator. And Dwight and the software team wrote our software, the entire stack, and ran it on this emulator, and just sat in the lab waiting for Windows to paint. And
It was like
it
60 seconds for a frame or something like
easily. I actually think that it was an hour per frame, something like that. And so we would just sit there and watch it paint. And so on the day that we decided to tape out, I assumed that the chip was perfect. And everything that we could have tested, we tested in advance. And told everybody, this is it, we're going to tape out the chip, it's going to be perfect. Well, if you're going to tape out a chip and you know it's perfect, then what else would you do? That's actually the good question. If you knew that you hit enter and you taped out a chip and you knew it was going to be perfect, then what else would you do? Well, the answer, obviously, go to production.
And marketing blitz.
Yeah.
And
just start,
developer
kick
relations,
kick everything off, because you got a perfect chip. And so we got in our head that we have a perfect chip.
How much of this was you, and how much of this was like your co-founders, the rest of the company, the board? Was everybody telling you were crazy?
No, everybody was clear we had no shot. Not doing it would be crazy, because
otherwise you might as well go home.
You're going to be out of business anyways. So anything aside from that is crazy. So it seemed like a fairly logical thing, and quite frankly, right now, as I'm describing it, you're probably thinking, yeah, it's pretty sensible.
Well, it worked.
Yeah. And so we take that out and went directly to production.
So is the lesson for founders out there, when you have conviction on something like the Revo 128 or CUDA, go bet the company on it. And this keeps working for you. So it seems like your lesson learned from this is, yes, keep pushing all the chips in, because so far it's worked every time.
No.
How do you think about that?
No. When you push your chips in, I know it's going to work. Notice, we assumed that we taped out a perfect chip. The reason why we taped out a perfect chip is because we emulated the whole chip before we taped it out. We developed the entire software stack. We ran QA on all the drivers and all the software. We ran all the games we had. We ran every VGA application we had. And so when you push your chips in, what you're really doing is when you bet the farm, you're saying, I'm going to take everything in the future, all the risky things, and I pull it in advance. And that is probably a lesson. And to this day, everything that we can prefetch, everything in the future that we can simulate today, we prefetch it.
We talk about this a lot. We were just talking about this on our Costco episode. You want to push your chips in when you know it's going to work.
So every time we see you make a bet the company move, you've already simulated it. You know.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that was the case with CUDA?
Yeah. In fact, before there was CUDA, there was CG.
Right.
And so we were already playing with the concept of how do we create an abstraction layer above our chip that is expressible in a higher level language and higher level expression, and how can we use our GPU for things like CT reconstruction, image processing. We were already down that path, and so there were some positive feedback and some intuitive positive feedback that we think that general purpose computing could be possible. And if you just look at the pipeline of a programmable shader, it is a processor and it's highly parallel, and it is massively threaded, and it is the only processor in the world that does that. And so there were a lot of characteristics about programmable shading that would suggest that CUDA has a great opportunity to succeed.
And that is true if there was a large market of machine learning practitioners who would eventually show up and want to do all this great scientific computing and accelerated computing. But at the time when you were starting to invest what is now something like 10,000 person years in building that platform, did you ever feel like, oh man, we might have invested ahead of the demand for machine learning since we're like a decade before the whole world is realizing it?
I guess yes and no. You know, when we saw deep learning, when we saw AlexNet and realized its incredible effectiveness in computer vision, we had the good sense, if you will, to go back to first principles and ask, you know, what is it about this thing that made it so successful? When a new software technology, a new algorithm comes along and somehow leapfrogs 30 years of computer vision work, you have to take a step back and ask yourself, but why? And fundamentally, is it scalable? And if it's scalable, what other problems can it solve? And there were several observations that we made. You know, the first observation, of course, is that if you have a whole lot of example data, you could teach this function to make predictions. Well, what we've basically done is discovered a universal function approximator, because the dimensionality could be as high as you want it to be in, because each layer is trained one layer at a time. There's no reason why you can't make very, very deep neural networks. Okay, so now you just reason your way through, right? Okay, so I go back to 12 years ago. You could just imagine the reasoning I'm going through in my head, that we've discovered a universal function approximator. In fact, we might have discovered, with a couple more technologies, a universal computer that
and
you can
paying
teach.
attention to the ImageNet competition every year leading up to this?
Yeah. The reason for that is because we were already working on computer vision at the time, and we were trying to get CUDA to be a good computer vision system, or most of the algorithms that were created for computer vision aren't a good fit for CUDA. So we were sitting there trying to figure it out. All of a sudden, AlexNet shows up. And so that was incredibly intriguing. It's so effective that it makes you take a step back and ask yourself, why is that happening? So by the time that you reason your way through this, you go, well, what are the kind of problems in the world where a universal function approximator can solve, right? Well, we know that most of our algorithms start from principled sciences. Okay, you want to understand the causality, and from the causality, you create a simulation algorithm that allows us to scale. Well, for a lot of problems, we kind of don't care about the causality. We just care about the predictability of it. Like, do I really care for what reason you prefer this toothpaste over that? I don't really care the causality. I just want to know that this is the one you would have predicted. Do I really care that the fundamental cause of somebody who buys a hot dog buys ketchup and mustard? It doesn't really matter. It only matters that I can predict it. It applies to predicting movies, predicting music. It applies to predicting, quite frankly, weather. We understand thermodynamics. We understand radiation from the sun. We understand cloud effects. We understand oceanic effects. We understand all these different things. We just want to know whether we should wear a sweater or not. Isn't that right?
Yep.
And so causality for a lot of problems in the world doesn't matter. We just want to emulate the system and predict the outcome.
And it can be an incredibly lucrative market. So if you can predict what the next best performing feed item to serve into a social media feed, turns out that's a hugely
This is where I was
valuable
going to go with
market.
that. I love the examples you pulled.
Yeah.
Toothpaste, ketchup,
Exactly.
music, movies.
You realize this, hang on a second, a universal function approximator, a machine learning system, something that learns from examples, could have tremendous opportunities because just the number of applications is quite enormous. And everything from, obviously, we just talking about commerce all the way to science. And so you realize that maybe this could affect a very large part of the world's industries. Almost every piece of software in the world would eventually be programmed this way. And if that's the case, then how you build a computer and how you build a chip, in fact, can be completely changed. And realizing that, the rest of it just comes with, do you have the courage to put your chips behind it?
So that's where we are today, and that's where NVIDIA is today.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm curious, there's a couple of years after AlexNet,
Mm-hmm.
and this is when Ben and I were getting into the technology industry and venture industry ourselves.
I started at Microsoft in 2012.
Yeah.
So right after AlexNet, but before anyone was talking about machine learning, and even the mainstream engineering community.
There were those couple of years there where, to a lot of the rest of the world, these looked like science projects.
Yeah.
The technology companies here in Silicon Valley particularly the social media companies, they were just realizing huge economic value out of this. The Googles, the Facebooks, the Netflixes, etc. And obviously that led to lots of things, including OpenAI a couple of years later. But during those couple of years, when you saw just that huge economic value unlock here in Silicon Valley, how are you feeling during those times?
The first thought was, of course, reasoning about how we should change our computing stack. The second thought is, where can we find earliest possibilities of use? If we were to go build this computer, what would people use it to do? And we were fortunate that working with the world's universities and researchers was innate in our company, because we were already working on CUDA, and CUDA's early adopters were researchers, because we democratized supercomputing. You know, CUDA is not just used, as you know, for AI. CUDA is used for almost all fields of science. Everything from molecular dynamics to imaging, CT reconstruction, to seismic processing, to weather simulations, quantum chemistry. The list goes on, right? And so the number of applications of CUDA in research was very high. And so when the time came and we realized that deep learning could be really interesting, it was natural for us to go back to the researchers and find every single AI researcher on the planet and say, how can we help you advance your work? And that included Jan LeCun and Andrew Ng and Jeff Hinton, and that's how I met all these people. And I used to go to all the AI conferences, and that's where I met Ilya Sutskever there for the first time.
Yeah.
And so it was really about, at that point, what are the systems that we can build and the software stacks we can build to help you be more successful, to advance the research, because at the time it looked like a toy. But we had confidence that even GAN, the first time I met Goodfellow, the GAN was like 32 by 32. And it was just a blurry image of a cat, but how far can it go? And so we believed in it. We believed that, one, you could scale deep learning, because obviously it's trained layer by layer, and you can make the data sets larger, and you can make the models larger, and we believe that if you made that larger and larger, it would get better and better. Kind of sensible. And I think the discussions and the engagements with the researchers was the exact positive feedback system that we needed. I would go back to research. That's where it all happened.
When OpenAI was founded in 2015, I mean, that was such an important moment. That's obvious today now, but at the time, I think most people, even people in tech, were like, what is this? Were you involved in it at all? Like, because you were so connected to the researchers, to Ilya, taking that talent out of Google, Facebook, Twitter, but reseeding the research community and opening it up was such an important moment. Were you involved in it at all?
I wasn't involved in the founding of it, but I knew a lot of the people there, and Elon, of course, I knew, and Peter Beal was there, and Ilya was there, and we have some great employees today that were there in the beginning, and I knew that they needed this amazing computer that we were building, and we're building the first version of the DGX, which today when you see a Hopper, it's 70 pounds, 35,000 parts, 10,000 amps. But DGX, the first version that we built, was used internally, and I delivered the first one to OpenAI, and that was a fun day. But most of our success was aligned around, in the beginning, just about helping the researchers get to the next level. I knew it wasn't very useful in its current state, but I also believed that in a few clicks, it could be really remarkable. And that belief system came from the interactions with all these amazing researchers, and it came from just seeing the incremental progress. At first, the papers were coming out every 3 months, and then papers today are coming out every day, right? So you could just monitor the archive papers, and I took an interest in learning about the progress of deep learning, and to the best of my ability, read these papers. And you could just see the progress happening, in real time, exponentially real time.
It even seems like within the industry, from some researchers we spoke with, it seemed like no one predicted how useful language models would become when you just increase the size of the models. They thought, oh, there has to be some algorithmic change that needs to happen. But once you cross that 10 billion parameter mark, and certainly once you cross the 100 billion, they just magically got much more accurate, much more useful, much more lifelike. Were you shocked by that the first time you saw a truly large language model? And do you remember that feeling?
Well, my first feeling about the language model was how clever it was
to just mask out words and make it predict the next word. It's self-supervised learning at its best. We have all this text, I know what the answer is, I'll just make you guess it. And so my first impression of BERT was really how clever it was, and now the question is how can you scale that? The first observation on almost everything is interesting, and then try to understand intuitively why it works, and then the next step, of course, is from first principles, how would you extrapolate that?
Yeah.
And so obviously we knew that BERT was going to be a lot larger. Now, one of the things about these language models is it's encoding information, isn't that right? It's compressing information. And so within the world's languages and text, there's a fair amount of reasoning that's encoded in it. We describe a lot of reasoning things. And so if you were to say that few-step reasoning is somehow learnable from just reading things, I wouldn't be surprised. For a lot of us, we get our common sense and we get our reasoning ability by reading. And so why wouldn't a machine learning model also learn some of the reasoning capabilities from that? And from reasoning capabilities, you could have emergent capabilities, right? Emergent abilities are consistent with intuitively from reasoning. And so some of it could be predictable, but still, it's still amazing. The fact that it's sensible doesn't make it any less amazing.
Right.
I could visualize literally the entire computer and all the modules in a self-driving car. And the fact that it's still keeping lanes makes me insanely happy. And so
I even remember that from my first operating systems class in college, when I finally figured out all the way from programming language to the electrical engineering classes, bridged in the middle by that OS class. I'm like, oh, I think I understand how the von Neumann computer works soup to nuts. And it's still a miracle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When you put it all together, it's still a miracle.
Now is a great time to talk about one of our favorite companies, StatSig, and we have some tech history for you.
Yes. So in our NVIDIA Part 3 episode, we talked about how the AI research teams at Google and Facebook drove incredible business outcomes with cutting-edge ML models. And these models powered features like Facebook Newsfeed, Google Ads, and the YouTube Next Video recommendation, in the process transforming Google and Facebook into the juggernauts that we know today. And while we talked all about the research, we didn't touch on how these models were actually deployed.
Yeah, the most common way to deploy new models was through experimentation, A/B testing. When the research team created a new model, product engineers would deploy the model to a subset of users and measure the impact of the model on core product metrics. Great experimentation tools transformed the machine learning development process. They de-risked releases, since each model could be released to a small set of users. They sped up release cycles. Researchers could suddenly get quick feedback from real user data, and most importantly, they created a pragmatic, data-driven culture, since researchers were rewarded for driving actual product improvements. And over time, these experimentation tools gave Facebook and Google a huge edge, because they really became a requirement for leading ML teams.
Yep. So now you're probably thinking, well, that's great for Facebook and Google, but my team can't build out our own internal experimentation platform. Well, you don't have to, thanks to StatSig. So StatSig was literally founded by ex-Facebook engineers who did all this. They've built a best-in-class experimentation, feature flagging, and product analytics platform that's available to anyone. And surprise, surprise, a ton of AI companies are now using StatSig to improve and deploy their models, including OpenAI and Anthropic.
Yep, so whether you're building with AI or not, StatSig can help your team ship faster and make better data-driven product decisions. They have a very generous free tier and a special program for venture-backed companies, simple pricing for enterprises, and no seat-based fees. If you're in the acquired community, there's a special offer. You get 5 million free events a month and white glove onboarding support, so visit statsig.com/acquired and get started on your data-driven journey. We have some questions we want to ask you. Some are cultural about NVIDIA, but others are generalizable to company building broadly. And the first one that we wanted to ask is, we've heard that you have 40 plus direct reports, and that this org chart works a lot differently than a traditional company org chart. Do you think there's something special about NVIDIA that makes you able to have so many direct reports, not worry about coddling or focusing on career growth of your executives, and you're like, no, you're just here to do your freaking best work and the most important thing in the world, now go?
Mm-hmm.
A, is that correct? And B, is there something special about NVIDIA that enables that?
I don't think it's something special with NVIDIA. I think that we had the courage to build a system like this. NVIDIA is not built like a military. It's not built like the armed forces, where you have generals and colonels. We're not set up like that. We're not set up in a command and control and information distribution system from the top down. We're really built much more like a computing stack. And a computing stack, the lowest layer is our architecture, and then there's our chip, and then there's our software, and on top of it there are all these different modules, and each one of these layers of modules are people. And so the architecture of the company, to me, is a computer with a computing stack with people managing different parts of the system. And who reports to whom, your title is not related to anywhere you are in the stack. It just happens to be who is the best at running that module on that function on that layer. It is in charge.
Let me see. Jason Huang. Jason. Okay, words. Or some pen tightening or mess, or some pen tightening or mess tighten. Money should tighten. Tight. Become or tighter, or to make something become tighter, or less easy to tighter. Firm or close, or firm. We can tight, firmly. Held or put together, or held or put together. Tightening. Sudden pain. Tightening your muscle. Often after another exercise that limits movement. Several runners needed treatment. Several runners needed treatment for crack. Several runners needed treatment. Several runners needed treatment for cramp. Several runners needed treatment for cramp. Okay. A sudden painful tightening, held or kept close. Kept it together. Or sudden painful tightening. Or sudden painful tightening in your muscle. Or sudden painful tightening in a muscle. Often after another exercise. Often after another exercise that limits movement. Several runners needed treatment for cramp. And exhaustion. I have a cramp in my foot. I have a cramp in my foot. Or sudden painful tightening in your muscle. Move after a lot of exercise that limits movement. elements that limits movement. A sudden painful tightening in muscle with after a lot of exercise that limits movement. Keep or not limits between open and closed. Several runners need treatment. Several runners type experience benefits helpful or good advantage or helpful or good effect or something intended. Some amount an amount that is not exact but is fewer than many. Some amount that is not exact but it are fewer than many. Okay, several rather than money. Several runners need a treatment for crap, and I have a crab in my foot. I have a crab in my foot. Stomach crabs. Pains in the lower stomach. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Pains in the lower stomach. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Okay. Caused by the woman's period. She took some medicine. She took some medicine. For her crabs. She took some medicine 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 for crabs. She took some medicine for her 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 crabs. Some medicine for her crabs. She took some medicine. She took some medicine for her crabs. She took some medicine for her crabs. crabs. She took some medicine for her crabs. For crabs. To name someone, especially to prevent stop other people doing something. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Or and like money crab, the knives unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Or and like money crab, the lives of the unemployed. Or and like money crab and the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Or and like money crabs, the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Or and like money crab, the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Or and like money crab, the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Or and like money crab, the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Or and like money crab, the lives of the unemployed. Okay. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Or and like money crab, the lives of the unemployed. Or and like money crab, the lives of unemployed. To limit someone, especially to limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Or and like money crab, the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent stop from something. Prevent. To stop. To stop something from happening or someone from doing something. To stop something from happening or someone from doing something. To stop something from happening or someone from doing something. Stop something from happening. Stop something from happening. Okay. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from injury or full time. Oral and neck of money grab. The knives. The lives of the unemployed. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from injury or full time. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from injury or full time. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from injury. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from injury or full time. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from injury or full time. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent. To limit someone, especially to prevent. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from injuring a full time. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. to limit someone, especially to prevent them. To limit someone, especially to prevent. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from entering a fraud and lack of money cramp their lives of the unemployed lives. Fraud and lack of money cramp their lives of the unemployed. War and lack of money cramp the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent. War and lack of money cramp the lives of the unemployed. War and lack of money cramp the lives. War and lack of money cramp the lives of the unemployed. Okay, a word or phrase that is that's described an action conditions. Okay. Particular time and particular place or particular place. For experience. The word wonky and feel all words. Slowpokes indeed words. Someone, especially child. Someone especially a child who is walking or doing something too slowly. Impression. Someone especially a child who is walking or doing something too slowly. Impression. Someone especially a child who is walking or doing something too slowly. Someone especially a child who is walking or doing something slowly. Impression. An idea or opinion. Impression. An idea or opinion of what something or someone is like. Something or someone is like. An idea or opinion of what something or someone is like. I don't get much expression. I don't get much expression of face because it was dark. Not much expression. Okay. An idea or opinion of what something or someone is like. I didn't get much expression of the place because it is dark when we drove through it. What was your expression? Charlotte's husband. I don't tend to trust first impressions. I don't tend to trust first impressions. I don't tend to trust first impressions. Okay. I don't tend to trust first impressions. I don't tend to trust first impressions. There are people they appear from when you met someone or something for met someone or something for the first time. I don't tend to trust. I don't tend to trust the first impression. Don't believe. I don't tend to. I don't tend to be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. I don't tend to trust. I don't tend to trust first impression. I don't tend to trust the first impression. I don't tend to be likely to behave in a particular way. To be likely to behave. We tend to get a cold. I think you tend to eat. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular. To be likely to behave in a particular way. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave. to be likely to behave in a particular way or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave in a particular way or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave. I don't tend to be likely. Oh, really? Likely to behave in a particular way, or have a particular characteristic. I don't tend to trust the first impression. I don't tend to trust the first impression. I don't tend to trust the first impressions. Their opinion you form when you met someone. The opinion you form when you met someone or something. I don't tend to trust the first impressions. I don't tend to trust the first impressions. Their opinion you form when you met someone or something. For the first. I don't tend to trust the first impression. Their opinion you form when you met someone or something. For the first time, I don't tend to trust the first impression. Their opinion you form. OK， 太黑了，不行。I don't tend to trust the first impressions. Expression, phrase, opinion. Think about it. Head out. Think about it. Add. Make something add. Or opinion. Add. It's meant. Mind. I have add. When I first met someone, I got the impression that he was a sort of person. When I first met him, I got the impression that he was a sort of person. When I first met him, I got the impression that he was a sort of person. Be under the impression. When I first met him, I got the impression that he was a sort of person. Be under the impression. To think that something is true, especially when it is not. when I first met him, I got the impression. When I first met him, I got the impression that he was a sort of person. Be under the impression. I think that something is true, especially when it's not. I was under the impression. My first met him, I got the impression that he was just I got impression and that he was a sort of a person. Under the impression. To think that something is true, especially when it's not. To think that something is true, especially when it's not. Too easy. I was under the impression you didn't get along too well. I was under the impression you didn't get along too well. I was under the impression you didn't get along too well. I was under the impression you didn't get along too well. To think that something is true, especially when it is not. I was under the impression you didn't get along too well. I was under the impression you didn't get along. I was under the impression you didn't get along. More examples. You'll get a house. You'll get a house.本来真实世界这个需求并没有那么少。必须还得继续。You get a false impression. You'll get a false impression of the tone. You'll get a false. You'll get a false impression of the tone if you only read at the university. You'll get a false impression of the tone if you only read to the university. My general impression of the place was good. My general impression of the place was good. His helpfulness today has made me revise my original impression of him. You'll get a false impression of the tone if you only went to the university. My general impression of the place was good. Its helpfulness today was made. My general impression of the place was good. His helpfulness today has made me revise my arrangement. His helpfulness today has made me revise my original impression of him. You don't want to cave in the impression that we are not interested. You don't want to cave in the impression that we were not interested. His helpfulness today has made me revise my original impressions of him. You don't want to keep the impression that we are not interested in. I was under the erroneous. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the erroneous impression. Okay, you don't want to keep an impression. His helplessness. Speak it again. His helplessness today has made me revise my original impressions of him. You don't want to keep the impression. You don't want to keep the impression that we are not interested. I was under the erroneous. His helplessness today has made me revise my original impression. His helplessness today has made me revise. Think about him. Think about it. My first original impressions of him. You don't want to keep the impression. You don't want to keep. Talk about it. You don't want to keep the impression about talking. Erroneous. Communicate. To express a thought, feeling, or idea, so that it is understood by other people. To express. Feeling or idea, so that it is understood by other people. Feeling or idea, so that it is understood by other people. So that is understood. Kevin. To express our thought, feeling, or idea, so that it is understood by other people. As poetry gives a great sense of religious devotion. Giving something to someone needs giving or can do to the family. I tried to give in my speech. I tried to give in my speech how grateful we are for his for his help. Given that you don't want to give the impression that we are not interested. You don't want to give the impression that we are not interested. You don't want to give the impression that we are not interested. Okay, Kevin. think that's something so special. I was under. I was under the impression. You didn't want to keep in the impression. You don't want to keep in the impression that we are not interested. I was under the erroneous impression that I was under the erroneous. 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 Wrong. Fast. I was under the erroneous. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. Wrong or false. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the erroneous impression. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the impression. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. Okay, I was under. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. You don't want to keep in the impression that we're not interested. Well, I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. Effect. They wrong or false. Wrong. They with that substance seems looks or fails to a particular person. It makes a very bad. It makes a very bad impression if you are late for an interview. It makes a very bad. It makes a very bad impression. It makes a very bad impression. It makes a very bad impression if it makes a very bad impression if you are late for an interview. They with that something seems. Looks or fails to a particular person. It makes a very bad impression if you are late for an interview. he likes to give impression. He likes to give impression as terrible. He likes to give the impression as terribly popular and has lots of friends. He likes to give the impression. He likes to give the impression is terribly popular and has lots of friends. More examples. For example, friends has lots of friends. For example, important to create a good impression when you meet a new customer. Receive service with people. Similar word favorite. Something like make people like this predation. Errors. Wrong. Favorite. Showing that you like or approve of someone or something. Showing that you like or approve of someone or something. Showing that you like or approve of Showing that you like or approve of someone or something. Okay. Important is she made our favorite. She made a very favorite impression. She made a very favorite impression on us. So it's important to us. She made a very favorite impression on us. In his 20 years to work for the company, Joe Pearson made indelible impression. More with someone. In his 20 years working for the company, Jones made an indelible impression on it. Did any of your teachers made a nice impression on you? Did any of your teachers made a nice impression on you? Did any of your teachers made a nasty impression on you? Did any of your teachers make a nasty impression on you? Copy. Attempt of copy. Try something hard. And another person manner and speech, especially in order to make people laugh. She does a really good impression of the present scene. And attempt trying to do something like something. Favorite. Try to do something like somewhere. It's important to create a attempt at copying. Attempt. Attempt. 今天我带什么什么这个什么什么attempt at copying another person's manners and speech, especially in order to make people alive. Especially make people alive. Attempt at copying another person's manners and speech, especially in order to make people alive. She does a really good impression of the president. Attempt at copying another person's manners and speech, especially in order to make people alive. I order to copy another person's manners and speech, especially in order to make people live. She does really nice thing. Make something fresh forever. Nice thing. Did any of your teachers make a nasty impression? Nasty. Nice thing. Continue to exist for a long time. Continue to exist for a long time. Continue to exist for a long time. Attempt at copying another person. Attempt at copying another person's manners and speech, especially in order to make people live. She does a really good impression of the president. Accept and copy another person's manners and speech, especially in order to make people live. One word false. No false. So, questions. Attempts to try to do something, especially something difficult. Try to do something. An attempt at copying to another person's people ways. Person's manners, and speech. Especially in order to make something live. Especially in order to make something live. Order, like something. I have to order. Make something do something. Make someone do something. Request. Especially in order to request. Request. Can I take your order now? Say the. I would like to place an order request. Especially in order to make someone live. She does a really good impression of the president. Yeah. Mark. A mark made on the surface. A mark made on the surface. Made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. An object onto it. Argent or little to be down to the middle. What does this mean? Language. Near to the middle. English. The most present. Need to be done. Important. Very important and need attention immediately. By press object to it. Impression. Mark. A mark made. Now and without and need to be done. So middle is now. Yes. Now and without waiting or thinking. Without. No. And a mark. Important. Okay. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. By pressing. Arrogant or leading to do doubt with immediately.
person is the pilot in command. Yeah. And so that's one characteristic. And,
Have you always thought about the company this way, even from the earliest days?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And the reason for that is because the organization should be the architecture of the machinery of building the product, right?
Yep.
That's what a company is.
Yep.
And yet, everybody's company looks exactly the same, but they all build different things. How does that make any sense? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, how you make fried chicken versus how you flip burgers versus how you make, you know, Chinese fried rice is different. And so why would the machinery, why would the process be exactly the same? And so it's not sensible to me that if you look at the org charts of most companies, it all kind of looks like this. And then you have one group that's for a business, and you have another for another business, you have another for another business, and they're all kind of supposedly autonomous. And so none of that stuff makes any sense to me. It just depends on what is it that we're trying to build, and what is the architecture of the company that best suits to go build it. So that's number one. In terms of information system, and how do you enable collaboration, we kind of wired up like a neural network. And the way that we say is that there's a phrase in the company called mission is the boss. And so we figure out what is the mission, and we go wire up the best skills and the best teams and the best resources to achieve that mission. And it cuts across the entire organization in a way that doesn't make any sense. But it looks like a little bit like a neural network. You know,
And when you say mission, do you mean mission like NVIDIA's mission is? Yeah, okay. So it's not like further accelerated computing.
No.
It's like we're shipping
Build
DGX Cloud.
Build Hopper, or somebody else's build a system for Hopper. Somebody is build CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is build cuDNN for CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is the mission, right? Is so you know your mission is to do something.
What are the trade-offs associated with that versus the traditional structure?
The downside is the pressure on the leaders is fairly high. And the reason for that is because in a command and control system, the person who you reports to has more power than you. And the reason why they have more power than you is because they're closer to the source of information than you are. In our company, the information is disseminated fairly quickly to a lot of different people. It's usually at a team level. So for example, just now I was in our robotics meeting, and we're talking about certain things and we're making some decisions. And there are new college grads in the room, there's 3 vice presidents in the room, there's 2 E-staffs in the room, and at the moment that we decided together, we reasoned through some stuff, we made a decision, everybody heard it exactly at the same time. So nobody has more power than anybody else. Does that make sense? The new college grad learned at exactly the same time as the E-staff. And so the executive staff and the leaders that work for me and myself, you earn the right to have your job based on your ability to reason through problems and helping other people succeed. And it's not because you have some privileged information that I knew the answer was 3.7 and only I knew, you know, everybody knew.
When we did our most recent episode of NVIDIA Part 3 that we just released, we sort of did this thought exercise, especially over the last couple of years. Your product shipping cycle has been very impressive, especially given the level of technology that you are working with and the difficulty of this all. We sort of said, like, could you imagine Apple shipping 2 iPhones a year?
And we said that for illustrative purposes.
For illustrative purposes, not to pick on Apple.
A large tech company shipping 2 flagship products, or their flagship product twice per year.
Yeah, or 2 WWDCs a year.
Yeah.
There seems to be something.
You can't really imagine that, whereas that happens here. Are there other companies, either current or historically, that you look up to, admire, maybe took some of this inspiration from?
In the last 30 years, I've read my fair share of business books. And as in everything you read, you're supposed to first of all enjoy it, right? Enjoy it, be inspired by it, but not to adopt it. That's not the whole point of these books. The whole point of these books is to share their experiences. And you're supposed to ask, what does it mean to me in my world? And what does it mean to me in the context of what I'm going through? What does this mean to me in the environment that I'm in? What does this mean to me in what I'm trying to achieve? And what does this mean to NVIDIA and the age of our company and the capability of our company? And so you're supposed to ask yourself, what does it mean to you? And then from that point, being informed by all these different things that we're learning, we're supposed to come up with our own strategies. What I just described is kind of how I go about everything. You're supposed to be inspired and learn from everybody else. And the education's free, when somebody talks about a new product, you're supposed to go listen to it. You're not supposed to ignore it. You're supposed to go learn from it. And it could be a competitor, it could be an adjacent industry, it could be nothing to do with us. The more we learn from what's happening out in the world, the better. But you're supposed to come back and ask yourself, what does this mean to us?
Yeah, you don't just want to imitate them.
That's right.
Yeah. I love this tee up of learning but not imitating, and learning from a wide array of sources. There's this sort of unbelievable third element, I think, to what NVIDIA has become today, and that's the data center. It's certainly not obvious. I can't reason from AlexNet and your engagement with the research community and social media feed recommenders to you deciding and the company deciding we're going to go on a 5-year all-in journey on the data center. How did that happen?
Our journey to the data center happened, I would say, almost 17 years ago. I'm always being asked, what are the challenges that the company could see someday? And I've always felt that the fact that NVIDIA's technology is plugged into a computer, and that computer has to sit next to you because it has to be connected to a monitor, that will limit our opportunities someday. Because there are only so many desktop PCs that plug a GPU into. And there's only so many CRTs and the time LCDs that we could possibly drive. So the question is, wouldn't it be amazing if our computer doesn't have to be connected to the viewing device? That the separation of it made it possible for us to compute somewhere else. And one of our engineers came and showed it to me one day, and it was really capturing the frame buffer, encoding it into video, and streaming it to a receiver device, separating computing from the viewing.
In many ways, that's cloud gaming, like 18 years ago.
In fact, that was when we started GFN. We knew that GFN was going to be a journey that would take a long time because you're fighting all kinds of problems, including the speed of light. And
latency everywhere you look.
That's right.
For listeners, GFN, GeForce Now.
GeForce Now. Yeah, GeForce Now, and we've been working on GeForce Now.
It all makes sense. Your first cloud product.
That's right. And look at GeForce Now was NVIDIA's first data center product, and our second data center product was remote graphics, putting our GPUs in the world's enterprise data centers, which then led us to our third product, which combined CUDA plus our GPU, which became a supercomputer, which then worked towards more and more and more. And the reason why it's so important is because the disconnection between where NVIDIA's computing is done versus where it's enjoyed, if you can separate that, your market opportunity explodes.
Yeah.
And it was completely true. And so we're no longer limited by the physical constraints of the desktop PC sitting by your desk. And we're not limited by one GPU per person. And so it doesn't matter where it is anymore. And so that was really the great observation.
It's a good reminder. The data center segment of NVIDIA's business to me has become synonymous with how's AI going, and that's a false equivalence. And it's interesting that you were only this ready to sort of explode in AI in the data center because you had 3+ previous products where you learned how to build data center computers.
Exactly.
Even though those markets weren't these gigantic, world-changing technology shifts the way that AI is, that's how you learn.
Yeah, that's right. You want to pave the way to future opportunities. You can't wait until the opportunity is sitting in front of you for you to reach out for it. And so you have to anticipate. Our job as CEOs to look around corners and anticipate where will opportunities be someday. And even if I'm not exactly sure what and when, how do I position the company to be near it? To be just standing kind of near under the tree, and we can do a diving catch when the apple falls. You guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you've got to be close enough to do the diving catch.
Yeah. Rewind to 2015 and OpenAI. If you hadn't been laying this groundwork in the data center, you wouldn't be powering OpenAI right now.
Yeah. But the idea that computing will be mostly done away from the viewing device, that the vast majority of computing will be done away from the computer itself, that insight was good. In fact, cloud computing, everything about today's computing is about separation of that. And by putting it in a data center, we can overcome this latency problem, meaning you're not going to overcome speed of light. Speed of light end to end is only 120 milliseconds or something like that. It's not that long.
from a data center to an internet
anywhere
user.
on the planet.
Yeah.
And so we
Oh,
could.
I see.
it-
And
we-
literally across the planet.
Yeah, right. So if you could solve that problem approximately, something like that. I forget the number, but it's 70 millisecond, 100 milliseconds. But it's not that long. And so my point is, if you could remove the obstacles everywhere else, then speed of light should be, perfectly fine. And you could build data centers as large as you like, and you could do amazing things. And this little tiny device that we use as a computer, or your TV as a computer, whatever computer, they can all instantly become amazing. And so that insight, 15 years ago was a good one.
So speaking of the speed of light, InfiniBand.
Yeah.
I'm like, David's like begging me to go here.
Uh-huh.
Can
I was
feel
at
it.
the same time.
You totally saw that InfiniBand would be way more useful way sooner than anyone else realized.
Yeah.
Acquiring Mellanox, I think you uniquely saw that this was required to train large language models, and you were super aggressive in acquiring that company. Why did you see that when no one else saw that?
Well, there were several reasons for that. First, if you want to be a data center company, building the processing chip isn't the way to do it. A data center.
And now I'll talk about that. Jason.
Earliest possibilities of use. If we were to go build this computer, what would people use it to do? And we were fortunate that working with the world's universities and researchers was innate in our company, because we were already working on CUDA, and CUDA's early adopters were researchers, because we democratized supercomputing. CUDA is not just used, as you know, for AI. CUDA is used for almost all fields of science. Everything from molecular dynamics to imaging, CT reconstruction, to seismic processing, to weather simulations, quantum chemistry, the list goes on, right? And so the number of applications of CUDA in research was very high. And so when the time came and we realized that deep learning could be really interesting, it was natural for us to go back to the researchers and find every single AI researcher on the planet and say, how can we help you advance your work? And that included Jan LeCun and Andrew Ng and Jeff Hinton, and that's how I met all these people. And I used to go to all the AI conferences, and that's where I met Ilya Sutskever there for the first time.
Yeah.
And so it was really about, at that point, what are the systems that we can build and the software stacks we can build to help you be more successful, to advance the research, because at the time it looked like a toy. But we had confidence that even GAN, the first time I met Goodfellow, the GAN was like 32 by 32. And it was just a blurry image of a cat, But how far can it go? And so we believed in it. We believed that, one, you could scale deep learning, because obviously it's trained layer by layer, and you could make the data sets larger, and you could make the models larger, and we believed that if you made that larger and larger, it would get better and better.
Yeah.
Kind of sensible. And I think the discussions and the engagements with the researchers was the exact positive feedback system that we needed. I would go back to research. That's where it all happened.
When OpenAI was founded in 2015,
Yeah.
I mean, that was such an important moment. That's obvious today now, but at the time, I think most people, even people in tech, were like, what is this?
Yeah.
Were you involved in it at all? Like, because you were so connected to the researchers.
All right, here's a theory I've been thinking about. Someday, maybe not next year or 5 or even 10 years, but maybe someday we'll all live in a world where we all have these wearable computers on our faces all the time. And a lot of these tech companies really believe in that future. Like, I've never spoken to anyone on planet Earth who believes more than Mark Zuckerberg that humans are on their way to spending tons of their time in some sort of metaverse. But the tech is clearly not good enough yet today in 2023 for anyone to want to do that. Like, this is what a VR headset looks like in 2023. And this is the best we've got. And even now, the computers and pixels and batteries and everything on your face are too much for people to want to spend all day in something like this. But we're all kind of on board that, and maybe shrink down more and more and more and more until eventually it's no more than just a normal looking pair of glasses. And then maybe at that point, we'll all be cool wearing it every day. So this Quest 3, this newest and latest and greatest headset from Meta, my theory is on this side of the scale. And on the other side of the sliding scale is smart glasses. And Meta literally is also announcing smart glasses at their event. So these things are literally called the Ray-Ban Meta Smart Glasses, aka the Ray-Ban Stories 2. Right now they are super simple. They don't do much because they can only fit a camera and small speakers and a battery, but there are some clever tricks that enable them to do as much as possible. And maybe someday the tech will get powerful enough and useful enough for people to want to use these every day. So VR headsets are racing to get smaller and smaller, and smart glasses are racing to get better and better tech, and they're both basically racing towards each other, and companies like Meta are spending tons and tons of money to develop these things to figure out which strategy will hit first. So, let's see. Let's start with the headset. So this is the latest and greatest from Meta, the Quest 3, and this is the year they made their big pivot to it being a mixed reality headset, which in hindsight feels like a natural progression for these things if you want to get them more comfortable for people to wear every day like glasses. So in previous VR headsets, it really felt like pass-through was an afterthought. Like, you put the headset on and you're just immediately in your own world until you take the headset off. And this new version is still built to be immersive. It still has all the light blocking and fills your field of view with screens and makes it as immersive as possible. But it now has a bunch more sensors arranged around the outside that make pass-through dramatically better than before. It's now color, stereo, very low latency, and decently high resolution. And there's immediately a bunch of benefits to having pass-through being this good. First of all, the setup was way more intuitive. Like, you can literally take it to a new spot for the first time and just put it on, it boots up, and automatically you look down and it just maps out the floor of the room you're in. The available floor space, the objects in the room, the spots where you can stand, and to surprisingly great accuracy. So it's using a pair of RGB cameras and the LiDAR sensor in the middle. So you no longer have to painstakingly draw a play area every single time and stick with it. It just naturally feels like it plants the menu floating right in the middle of where you're standing, and you can still see everything around you. Now, you may be wondering, okay, how good though, like, exactly is the Quest 3? Is it the best? Is it better than the Quest Pro? Yes, it's better than the Quest Pro, but it is not as good as Apple Vision Pro. I would kind of equate it to, like, if I gave you a clear pair of glasses that were not exactly your prescription. But basically, this one's good because it's stereo and color and nearly real time, so you see accurate colors. You look at your hands and you can find the controllers wherever they are in the room, just pick them up and put them down without needing someone to hand them to you. Just so many benefits like that. There's also just a small amount of distortion with up-close objects and things near the edges of your vision. But it's not quite high enough fidelity to, like, pick up your phone and start using that screen. So, like, if you get a text, you're still gonna have to take the headset off to be able to read it. And I know comparing it to a $3,500 headset feels unnecessary, and it kind of is, but also a lot of people have asked me about it, and I am one of the few people who can actually say they've tried both. So I will say that, yes, Apple Vision Pro is still the best pass-through I've ever experienced. I distinctly remember taking notes about my experience on my phone while still wearing the headset. It was kind of insane. But for a $500 headset, yeah, this is absolutely as good as you're going to see. And combined with the high resolution of the actual menus and the accuracy of the controllers, I think it's pretty awesome. And then, of course, the other benefit to having way higher quality sensors around the outside of the headset is you don't actually need the controllers. Now, you've always had the choice to either use the controllers or use your hands, and these controllers have gotten better over the years. They're smaller, they're pretty sweet, they have better haptics than ever before, but the hand tracking has also gotten way better and really intuitive and responsive, and I think this is key again to feeling like the future. So you do this pinch gesture here to pull up the menu and move around to select things. You can literally scroll around menus by touching the digital menu and flinging them through space with your finger, or you can grab a window and just move it around, putting it on a table or floating it in the air, and it just stays locked there, which is pretty awesome. So pretty much everything except typing is natural. It works as you'd expect, like you're typing on a virtual keyboard floating in space, but this will definitely take more practice because there's no haptic feedback. See, the other gestures I was talking about almost always have a haptic feedback of your own fingers hitting each other, which is really interesting. This keyboard here, you're sort of just poking an invisible plane in the air where the keyboard should be, so that's a little tougher. The main selling point of this headset, though, is still playing games. That's still what it's super good at, and plays all the same games that the Quest 2 could play, and there are even some games optimized for Quest 3 that it's even better at. It has this next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon XR2 chip, It has higher resolution per eye. It has a wider, more immersive field of view. And it's, in my opinion, slightly more comfortable thanks to this new strap that improves weight distribution. So I've been playing a bunch. I've really enjoyed this golf game that feels surprisingly realistic as someone that was expecting like Wii Golf levels of graphics and control. Also ping pong, which this has this eerie multiplayer mode online where someone else's avatar just shows up in your space standing 10 feet away from you, but with no legs. But there's, the classics like Beat Saber, Super Hot, and then even some new ones like Gorilla Tag is blowing up. All of this stuff is the main reason why today you'd buy something like this, to spend like half an hour in the thing. But again, the tech is shrinking down more and more and more, and will every single year until it gets close to something like these, smart glasses. So let's talk about the smart glasses. So these are the Meta smart glasses, and there's others like it, but they're going to start at the other end of the spectrum where there's only so much stuff that you can stuff into a regular looking pair of glasses that nobody would even look twice at. But over time, as tech gets better and more powerful and more miniaturized, these things will get more and more powerful and more able to do more stuff. So right now, this is a 12 megapixel camera with a little LED light ring to indicate when it's recording or taking a picture, a shutter button on top, and then a literal computer inside with some storage, a touchpad on the side, and then some microphones, and then these really tiny pinhole speakers that fire audio downwards directly into your ears. It doesn't sound like much, but when paired directly to your phone and the Meta View app, this thing is surprisingly capable as a little computer on your face. So you can use the camera, of course, to just take first-person pictures and videos just by hitting the shutter button. Videos are limited to 60 seconds or less and portrait orientation, but honestly, despite all that, they're actually pretty solid-looking videos. And there's some promise here. I kind of feel like I might want to use these for autofocus for like car driving footage. If I could get widescreen out of them, that would be awesome. And then you can also start a recording or take a picture just by saying, "Hey Meta, take a picture." And so you can see that. It was pretty fast, the little light there. I don't know if you want to say that phrase out loud very often, so you might just stick to one of these, but yeah, it has a voice assistant built in. So you can send and receive messages through WhatsApp, Messenger, Meta stuff. But it's just audio. Like there's no screen anywhere in here built in. So this really works best with experiences that can be entirely handled with just audio. So they're connected all the time to your phone via Bluetooth. So you can listen to music, and these little speakers are directional enough that at half volume, there's really not that much bleed. And at high volume, it kind of just sounds the same as someone like maybe listening next to you with open back headphones. That's as loud as it gets. But you can also ask questions of the Meta virtual assistant, little AI virtual assistant, built into the computers in this little pair of glasses. And you have to ask it, "Hey Meta, what's the weather tomorrow?" And then it reads the answers directly into your ears. And so now I know it's going to rain for our last practice of the year. Great. We can also ask it random questions about people. I asked it to write a poem, and it gave me a poem. It's internet connected from your phone, so it can do a bunch of stuff. For fun, I asked it to write an acceptance speech for me as I walk onto stage wearing the sunglasses, and by the time I got on stage, I can start saying an acceptance speech as it's reading them into my ears, which I thought that's kind of a fun hack. So this is all based on Meta's new Llama 2 language model. So it's pretty fluid, and you don't have to rely on saying certain specific phrases to get it to keep going through the conversation. Now, it's not the best AI assistant I've ever heard, and it still has its limitations. It still can't set alarms.
We don't predict our finances. Yeah. I think that there's a lot of things changing at Apple right now, and some are going to show up in the financials positively, some are going to show up in the financials negatively, and I think that we're going to get to a new trend, but that new trend will not become evident for another quarter or so. So I really don't.
6 5 years.
Okay, here's his diaper bag, and his Mr. Winky, and oh, him.
So how did everything go?
Oh, great. There was a projectile throwing up incident, but he started it.
We gotta go.
Okay.
Oh, right. I've got some news. It's about us.
Oh, you and me?
No, Susan and me.
No, Susan.
The other us.
Okay.
We're getting married.
As in, I now pronounce you wife and wife, Mary?
Anyway, we'd like you to come, but we totally understand if you don't want to.
Yeah. Well, why wouldn't I want to come? I had fun at the first wedding.
Look, I just thought that...
No. I mean, why shouldn't I be happy for you? You know, I mean, what would it say about me if I couldn't revel in your joy? And I'm reveling, baby. Believe me.
Is your finger caught in that chair?
Mm-hmm.
Want us to go?
This is so cool. You're actually going to be on television.
I know. It really hit me last night. I'm going to be on Days of Our Lives. And then I started thinking about all of us and how these are the days of our lives.
Yes!
What?
Carol and Susan's caterer had a mountain bike accident this weekend, and she's in a full body cast.
Yes!
They want me to do it, which is really cool, seeing as I've never catered before, and I really need the money, and this isn't a problem for you, is it?
Would it matter?
Oh, you were so great! Thank you!
You really not going?
I'm really not going. I mean, I don't get it. They already live together. Why do they need to get married?
Because they love each other, and that they want to celebrate that love with the people that are close with them.
You want to call that a reason?
Who's the bitterest man in the living room? The bitterest man in the living room. Hi, neighbor.
Ross, I thought you were over this.
But that has nothing to do with this, okay? She's my ex-wife. If she were marrying a guy, none of you would expect me to be there.
Hey, if she were marrying a guy, she'd be like the worst lesbian ever.
Did I miss it?
No, I'm on right after this guy shoots himself. Whoa, she's pretty. Yeah. Oh, and she's really nice, too. She taught me all about, how to work with the cameras and smell the fart acting.
I'm sorry, what?
Susan?
It's like you got so many lines to learn so fast that sometimes you need a minute to remember your next one. So while you're thinking of it, you take this big pause where you look all intense, like this.
Okay.
Here's my seat. Mrs. Wallace? I'm Dr. Draper Moray, your sister's neurosurgeon.
Tell me, is she going to be all right?
I'm afraid the situation is much more dire than we'd expected. Your sister is suffering from a subcranial hematoma. Perhaps we can discuss this further over coffee.
Nice. Excellent. For a minute there, I thought you were actually trying to smell something. Do it. It's so good. Do it again.
Right. Damn it, Braverman, it's right there on the chart.
That's great. All right, I gotta get to work. I got a big dinosaur bone to inspect.
No, that's me.
Oh, right. Oh, whoa.
Oh, thanks. Couldn't,
Is everything okay?
No. One of my clients died on the massage table today.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Well, that's a little more relaxed than you want them to get.
Yeah, she was, 82 years old, and, her name was, Mrs. Edelman.
Oh, honey?
Yeah, it's just so strange. I mean, she probably woke up this morning and thought, all right, so I'll have some breakfast and I'll take a little walk and then I'll have my massage. Little did she know God was thinking, okay, but that's it. Oh, the weirdest thing was, okay, I was cleansing her aura when it happened, and when her spirit left her body, I don't think it went very far.
What do you mean?
I think it went into me.
God, this is so hard. I can't decide between lamb or duck.
Well, of course, lambs are scarier. Otherwise, the movie would have been called Silence of the Ducks.
Okay, who ordered what?
Oh, I believe I had the half-drunk cappuccino with the lipstick on the rim.
Yes, and this with the cigarette butt in it, is that decaf?
Can't believe you're so uptight about your mom coming.
I know, but it's the first time, and I just don't want her to think that because I didn't marry Barry, my life is total crap, you know?
Well, talk about crap. Try listening to Stella Needman tell the story of her and Rod Steiger for the 100th time.
Phoebes, how long do you think this lady will be with us?
I don't know. She obviously has some kind of unfinished business. Sit up.
There she is.
Oh, Weedy!
So this is where you work. Oh, it's wonderful. Is it a living room? Is it a restaurant? Who can tell? Well, I guess that's the fun.
Yeah, pretty much. Here, meet my friends.
Monica, you look gorgeous. Oh my, the last time I saw you was Eat or Be Eaten.
This is Joey, this is Phoebe, and this is Chandler. And you remember Ross?
Oh, hello, Ross.
This is great.
So, what do you think of my daughter in the apron with the big job?
Oh, Mom.
Oh, no. If you didn't pour the coffee, no one would have anything to drink.
Believe me, sometimes that happens.
This is just so exciting. I never worked. I went straight from my father's house to the sorority house to my husband's house. I am just so proud of you.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I know who it is you remind me of. Evelyn Dermer. Of course, that's before she got the lousy facelift. Now she looks like Soupy Sales.
Phoebes, who's Evelyn Dermer?
I don't know. Who's Soupy Sales?
Oh my God. There's an unattractive nude man playing the cello. Yeah, well, just be glad. There's an unattractive...
I don't know. Who's Soupy Sales?
Oh my God. There's an unattractive nude man playing the cello.
Yeah, well, just be glad it's not playing a smaller instrument.
You have some life here, sweetie.
I know. And Mom, I realize you and Daddy were upset when I didn't marry Barry and get the big house in the suburbs with all the security and everything, but this is just so much better for me, you know?
I do. You didn't love Barry, honey. And I've never seen you this happy. I look at you and I think, oh, this is what I want.
For me?
For me.
Well, not just for you.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm considering leaving your father.
All right. Tell me if this is too cute. Lesbian wedding, chicken breasts. Oh, God. I think I'm gonna be sick.
What? It's not like I'm putting little nipples on them.
And you had no idea they weren't getting along?
None.
They didn't fight a lot?
No, they didn't even talk to each other. God, how was I supposed to know they were having problems? You know, in my day, divorce was not an option.
Hey, look who's up.
I just can't believe this is happening. I mean, when I was little, everybody's parents were getting divorced, you know? I just figured as a grown-up, I wouldn't have to worry about this.
Is there any chance that you could look at this as flattering? I mean, she's doing it because she wants to be more like you.
Well, then, you know, couldn't she just copy my haircut?
You know, it's funny, when my parents got divorced, they sent me to this shrink, and she told me that all kids have a tendency to blame themselves. But in your case, it's actually kind of true.
Oh, that's him.
Damn, my mail-order grandfather hasn't come yet.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Edelman.
Nice to see you.
Hi, thanks for meeting me.
Oh, that's all right, although you did cut into my very busy day of sitting.
Oh, do you want to sit?
Oh, no, please. I spend most of mid-morning trying to stand up. Now, what can I do for you, my dear?
Oh, okay. I don't know how to say this, but, I think when your wife's spirit left her body, it, kind of stuck around in me.
You're saying my wife is in you?
Yeah. Okay, you don't have to believe me, but, can you think of any unfinished business she might have had? Like, any reason she'd be hanging around?
Well, I don't know what to tell you, dear. The only thing I can think of is that she always used to say that before she died, she wanted to see everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Whoa, that's a lot of stuff.
Oh, wait, I remember. She also said she wanted to sleep with me one last time.
I'm sorry. There's laughing in my head.
Worth a shot, huh?
Oh, look at this.
These are on Halloween 3 years ago.
Oh, and look, here's Barry. Oh, did he have to come straight from the office?
Oh, no. That was his costume. See, he's actually an orthodontist, but he came as a regular dentist. You guys? Yeah. Remember when I said before, thank you, but I don't really need your help? Actually, what I think you said was, don't touch that and get the hell out of my kitchen. Really? Weird. Anyway, see, I planned everything really well. I planned and I planned and I planned. Just turns out I don't think I planned enough time to actually do it. Hey, Mom, you want some help? If you want. Okay. Hey. What a day. Oh, I took her everywhere. The Museum of Modern Art, Rockefeller Center, Statue of Liberty. She's still with you? Yes. I guess she hasn't seen everything yet. I'll be right back. She has to go to the bathroom again. Such a pretty face.
Oh, this is so much fun. Just the girls. You know what we should do? Does anybody have any marijuana?
All right, look. No one's smoking pot around all this food.
Well, that's fine. I never did it. I just thought I might. So, what's new in sex?
What's new in sex?
Well, the only man I've ever been with is your father.
I'm dicing. I'm dicing. I don't hear anything. I mean, Mrs.
The only man I've ever been with is your father.
I'm dicing. I'm dicing. I don't hear anything.
I mean, this is no offense to your dad, sweetie, but I was thinking there might be more.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I cannot have this conversation with you.
All right.
I mean, God, you just come here and you drop this bomb on me before you even tell Daddy. What? What do you want? You want my blessing? No. You want me to talk you out of it?
No.
Then what? What do you want?
Well, I guess I figured of all people you would understand.
Why on earth would I understand this?
You didn't marry your Barry, honey. But I married mine.
Oh. All right, people, we're in trouble here. We've only got 12 hours and 36 minutes left. Move!
Monica, I feel like you should have German subtitles.
Joey, speed it up.
I'm sorry, it's the pigs. They're reluctant to get in the blankets.
Monica, how did this happen? I thought you had this all planned out. Do you want me to cry?
You want to cry?
Is that what you want? Do you want to see me cry? Sir, no, sir! All right, you.
Well, no. Look, I told you I am not a part of this thing.
All right, look, Ross. I realize that you have issues with Carol and Susan, and I feel for you, I do. But if you don't help me cook, I'm going to take a bunch of those little hot dogs and create a new appetizer called Pigs in Ross. All right, ball of melon.
Hey, how come I'm stuck dicing when he gets to ball a melon?
Hi, how's it going? Oh, it's going great. Right on schedule. Got my little happy helpers. It's fine, whatever.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Hey, everything. I think we're calling off the wedding.
What?
You're still gonna pay me, right? Or something a little less selfish?
Carol, what's the matter? What happened?
My parents called this afternoon to say they weren't coming.
Oh my God.
I mean, I knew they were having trouble with this whole thing. But they're my parents. I mean, they're supposed to give me away and everything.
I'm sorry.
And then Susan and I got in this big fight because I said maybe we should call off the wedding. And she said, we're not doing this for them, we're doing it for us. And if I couldn't see that, then maybe we should call off the wedding. I don't know what to do.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I think Susan's right. Look, do you love her? And you don't have to be too emphatic about this.
Of course I do.
Well, then that's it. And if George and Adelaide can't accept that, then the hell with them. Look, I mean, if my parents didn't want me to marry you, no way that would have stopped me. But, look, this is your wedding. Do it.
You're right. Of course you're right. So we're back on? You're back on. You heard the woman? Heel chop! Can't believe I lost 2 minutes.
It just seems so futile. You know? All these women and nothing. I feel like Superman without my powers, you know? I have the cape, and yet I cannot fly.
Well, now you understand how I feel every single day. Okay? The world is my lesbian wedding.
Butterscotch? No one? All right, you'll be sorry later.
So many young
You know, nothing makes God happier than when two people, any two people, come together in love. Friends, family, we're gathered here today to join Carol and Susan in holy matrimony.
Oh my God. Now I've seen everything. Whoa, she's gone. She's gone. She's gone. Go ahead, get married. Go, go.
Strangers in the night, exchanging glances, wondering.
Would you look at them?
Can't help but.
How's that pig in the blanket working out for you? I wrapped those bad boys.
I miss Rose.
Oh, yeah?
I know it's kind of weird, but I mean, she was a big part of my life there, you know, and I don't know, I just feel kind of alone.
You know, I couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and I think it's time for you to forget about Rose, move on with your life. How about we go get you a drink?
Okay, so nice.
I shouldn't even bother coming up with a line, right?
Hey, Mom, you having fun? Oh, am I just danced with a wonderfully large woman. And 3 other girls made eyes at me over at the buffet. Oh, I'm not saying it's something I want to pursue, but it's nice to know I have options.
There's more alcohol, right? How you doing?
Good. You did a good thing today. You want to dance?
No, that's fine.
Come on. I'll let you lead.
Okay.
All right, look, penis schmenis. Okay, we're all people.
Okay. Which one of us do you think is going to be the first one to get married?
Mom, I was married.
Yeah, me too, technically.
I had a wedding. All right. Just trying to start an interesting discussion.
I got one. Which one of us do you think will be the last to get married?
Isn't Ben in this?
Oh,
Okay. A mark made on the surface of something. By pressing an object onto it, there were by pressing importances. Arrangement. Argent need to be dealt with. Okay. Present issue in present. Okay, by present object change. By present object. There were impressions around her ankles, There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. So there were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. Now, all the copy. No, all the copies of a book that have been printed. Okay, all the copies of a book that have been printed at the same time without any changes being made. This is the second impression. This is the second impression of the encyclopedia. This is the second impression of the encyclopedia. All the copy of a book that have been printed at the same time without any changes being made. This is the second impression of the encyclopedia. Okay. Part of vehicle. The separate from part of a noun. Vehicle. Yes, they separate from part of word vehicle, such as truck, bus, or train, in which the driver sits, scream, to cry or say, something loudly, and usually on a high note, especially because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement, or anger. To cry or say something loudly and usually on a high note, especially because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement, or anger. A spider landed on her piano and she screamed. A spider landed on her piano and she screamed. Through the smoke. The rescuers could hear people scream for help. Through the smoke, the rescuer could hear. Okay. But people help some people. A group of people. In particular, a group of particular people. A group of particular people help someone with disaster. Disaster. Spider landed on her piano and she screamed. Through the smoke, the rescuer could hear people scream for help. He was screaming him and begging and this anesthetic, He was screaming in pain and begging for this anesthetic. He was screaming in pain and begging for anesthetic. He was screaming in pain and begging. He was screaming in pain and begging for anesthetic. He was screaming in pain and begging for anesthetic. They climbed with laughters. They climbed with laughter at her jokes. Tell me now. They climbed with laughter at her jokes. He was screaming in pain and begging for anesthetic. He was screaming in pain and begging for anesthetic. He was screaming in pain and begging for anesthetic. They screamed with laughter. At her jokes. King screamed a warning. King screamed a warning, telling people to get out. King screamed warning. Doesn't sound dangerous. Warning, telling people. Warning. Yes. Something that make you understand. Something that make you understand there is a possibility in your work. Because something that make you understand, especially when in the future. Learning. Can you scream the wording, telling people to get out of air. Mr. Brown screamed at Joe for dropping the test tube. I've never found screaming at my staff. I've never screaming at my staff to be more effective. I've never found screaming at my staff. Okay, we're a group of people work for organization. That's that. I wish you were there so you could scream. I tried to apologize. I tried to apologize. Okay, I'm more apologize. Okay, I'm more sorry. I tried to apologize. She tried apologize. She tried to apologize, but she just screamed, abuse at me. And she abused, but she just screamed, abuse. Use the wrong. But he just abuse to use something for the wrong purpose. To use something use wrong. To use something for the wrong purpose. That is boring. And just at me. If a vehicle screams, it moves. It moves very quickly, marking a loud high sound. Okay, a vehicle screamed. It moves very quickly, marking a loud high sound. If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, that's it. Marking a loud high sound. If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, marking a loud high sound. The car screamed loud around. The car screamed around the bend. The spectators. The car screamed. The car screamed around the bend. The spectators. The car screamed around the bend. The spectators. If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, making a loud high sound. The car screamed around the bend. Race, bend, round, abuse, make something, to use something for the wrong purpose. Race, bend. And to okay, the car screamed around the bend. They expect around the curve bend. I'm straight. To curve. The car screamed around the bend. The spectator. To make a loud high sound, the ambulance raced around the corner with its tires scream. The ambulance raced around the corner. The ambulance raced on the corner with its tired. It's tired. Screaming. Corner. The point or night that is formed by the medium degree beginning to exist. It is formed by the meeting of two lines surface round. corner. She cut. Able to cut. Able to cut. The ambulance raced around the court with its tires screaming. The ambulance raced. Screaming. Influence. The power to have. Dangerous raised competition. And ambulance scream. So noise. Species. General screen. Social screen. I tried to put it, but he just screamed, abused, or word not scream. And now the high sound that you make when you're frightened, excited, or angry. Genres such as scream. Her jokes have me stitches to cry or say to a scream is someone or something that is I tried to apologize, but he just scream abuse at me if I to make our sound. Jokes. What are you doing now? To make more sound. The Empress. Want. Dangerous with dangerous with 是这样的 The Empress raised around the corner with its towers. The Empress raised competition raised. Empress raised the Empress raised. The cameras which is all competition trying to fast and finish fast.是这样的，因为这个意思是这样的。Race. The Empress raced around the corner corner with its tired screen to make up. The armrest the armrest rests around the corner with its tired screen.好多。The armrest rests competition. A competition in which our competitor. A competition in which all the competitors. The competition in which all the competitors try to the competition in which all the competitors trying to be the fastest and to finish the first. Do you know who won the race? Do you know? Let's have a swimming race. They are taking part in a race to the top of race. A competition in which all the competitors are trying to do the fastest and to finish first. Competition and try to fast and finish first. Don't finish first. Finish. I wonder what that means. I wonder that wish to know about that. What this?
Center is distinguished from a desktop computer versus a cell phone, not by the processor in it. Yeah, a desktop computer in a data center uses the same CPUs, uses the same GPUs apparently, right? Very close. And so it's not the chip, it's not the processing chip that describes it, but it's the networking of it, it's the infrastructure of it, it's the how the computing is distributed, how security is provided, how networking is done, so on and so forth. And so those characteristics are associated with Mellanox, not NVIDIA. And so the day that I concluded that really NVIDIA wants to be build computers of the future, and computers of the future are going to be data centers, embodied in data centers, then if we want to be data center oriented company, then we really need to get into networking. And so that was one. The second thing is observation that whereas cloud computing started in hyperscale, which is about taking commodity components, a lot of users, and virtualizing many users on top of one computer, AI is really about distributed computing, where one training job is orchestrated across millions of processors. And so it's the inverse of hyperscale almost. And the way that you design a hyperscale computer with off-the-shelf commodity Ethernet, which is just fine for Hadoop, it's just fine for search queries, it's just fine for all of those things.
Not when you're sharding a model across.
Not when you're sharding a model across, right? And so that observation says that the type of networking we do is not exactly Ethernet, and the way that we do networking for supercomputing is really quite ideal. And so the combination of those two ideas, convinced me that Mellanox is absolutely the right company, high-performance networking company, and we've worked with them in so many different areas in high-performance computing already. Plus, I really like the people. The Israel team is world-class. We have some 3,200 people there now, and it was one of the best strategic decisions I ever made.
When we were researching particularly part 3 of our NVIDIA series, we talked to a lot of people, And many people told us the Mellanox acquisition is one of, if not the best of all time by any technology company.
I think so too, yeah. And it's so disconnected from the work that we normally do. It was surprising to everybody.
But framed this way, you were standing near where the action was, so you could figure out as soon as that Apple sort of becomes available to purchase, like, oh, LLMs are about to blow up. I'm going to need that. Everyone's going to need that. I think I know that before anyone else does.
Yeah. You want to position yourself near opportunities. You don't have to be that perfect, you know. You want to position yourself near the tree. And even if you don't catch the apple before it hits the ground, so long as you're the first one to pick it up. It's just that you want to position yourself close to the opportunities. And so that's kind of a lot of my work, is positioning the company near opportunities and having the company having the skills to monetize each one of the steps along the way so that we can be sustainable.
What you just said reminds me of a great aphorism from Buffett and Munger, which is, it's better to be approximately right than exactly wrong.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
To live by.
Yeah.
All right, listeners, we are here to tell you about a company that literally couldn't be more perfect for this episode, Crusoe.
Yes, Crusoe, as you know by now, is a cloud provider built specifically for AI workloads and powered by clean energy. And NVIDIA is a major partner of Crusoe. Their data centers are filled with A100s and H100s. And as you probably know, with the rising demand for AI, there's been a huge surge in the need for high-performing GPUs, leading to a noticeable scarcity of NVIDIA GPUs in the market. Crusoe has been ahead of the curve and is among the first cloud providers to offer NVIDIA's H100s at scale. They have a very straightforward strategy: create the best AI cloud solution for customers using the very best GPU hardware on the market that customers ask for, like NVIDIA, and invest heavily in an optimized cloud software stack.
Yep. To illustrate, they already have several customers already running large-scale generative AI workloads on clusters of NVIDIA H100 GPUs, which are interconnected with 3200 gigabit InfiniBand and leveraging Crusoe's network-attached block storage solution. And because their cloud is run on wasted, stranded, or clean energy, they can provide significantly better performance per dollar than traditional cloud providers.
Yep, ultimately this results in a huge win-win. They take what is otherwise a huge amount of energy waste that causes environmental harm and use it to power massive AI.
Just to Ilya, taking that talent out of Google, Facebook, to be blunt, but reseeding the research community and opening it up was such an important moment. Were you involved in it at all?
I wasn't involved in the founding of it, but I knew a lot of the people there, and Elon, of course, I knew, and Peter Beal was there, and Ilya was there, and we have some great employees today that were there in the beginning, and I knew that they needed this amazing computer that we were building, and we're building the first version of the DGX, which, you know, today when you see a Hopper, it's 70 pounds, 35,000 parts, 10,000 amps, but DGX, the first version that we built, was used internally, and I delivered the first one to OpenAI, and that was a fun day. But most of our success was aligned around, in the beginning, just about helping the researchers get to the next level. I knew it wasn't very useful in its current state, but I also believed that in a few clicks, it could be really remarkable. And that belief system came from the interactions with all these amazing researchers. And
it came from just seeing the incremental progress. At first, the papers were coming out every 3 months, and then papers today are coming out every day, right? So you could just monitor the archive papers, and I took an interest in learning about the progress of deep learning and to the best of my ability, read these papers. And you could just see the progress happening, you know, in real time, exponentially in real time.
It even seems like within the industry, from some researchers we spoke with, it seemed like no one predicted how useful language models would become when you just increase the size of the models. They thought, oh, there has to be some algorithmic change that needs to happen. But once you cross that 10 billion parameter mark, and certainly once you cross the 100 billion, they just magically got much more accurate, much more useful, much more lifelike. Were you shocked by that the first time you saw a truly large language model? And do you remember that feeling?
My first feeling about the language model was how clever it was to just mask out words and make it predict the next word. It's self-supervised learning at its best. We have all this text, I know what the answer is. I'll just make you guess it. And so my first impression of BERT was really how clever it was. And now the question is, how can you scale that? The first observation on almost everything is interesting, and then try to understand intuitively why it works. And then the next step, of course, is from first principles, how would you extrapolate that?
Yep.
And so obviously we knew that BERT was going to be a lot larger. Now, one of the things about these language models is it's encoding information, isn't that right? It's compressing information. And so within the world's languages and text, there's a fair amount of reasoning that's encoded in it. We describe a lot of reasoning things. And so if you were to say that few-step reasoning is somehow learnable from just reading things, I wouldn't be surprised. For a lot of us, we get our common sense and we get our reasoning ability by reading. And so why wouldn't a machine learning model also learn some of the reasoning capabilities from that? And from reasoning capabilities, you could have emergent capabilities, right? Emergent abilities are consistent with intuitively from reasoning. And so some of it could be predictable, but still, it's still amazing. The fact that it's sensible doesn't make it any less amazing.
Right.
I could visualize literally the entire computer and all the modules in a self-driving car. And the fact that it's still keeping lanes makes me insanely happy. And so
I even remember that from my first operating systems class in college, when I finally figured out all the way from programming language to the electrical engineering classes, bridged in the middle by that OS class. I'm like, oh, I think I understand how the von Neumann computer works soup to nuts. And it's still a miracle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When you put it all together, it's still a miracle. Yeah.
Now is a great time to talk about one of our favorite companies, Statsig, and we have some tech history for you.
Yes. So in our NVIDIA Part 3 episode, we talked about how the AI research teams at Google and Facebook drove incredible business outcomes with cutting-edge ML models. And these models powered features like the Facebook News feed, Google Ads, and the YouTube Next Video recommendation, in the process transforming Google and Facebook into the juggernauts that we know today. And while we talked all about the research, we didn't touch on how these models were actually deployed.
Yeah, the most common way to deploy new models was through experimentation, A/B testing. When the research team created a new model, product engineers would deploy the model to a subset of users and measure the impact of the model on core product metrics. Great experimentation tools transformed the machine learning development process. They de-risked releases since each model could be released to a small set of users. They sped up release cycles. Researchers could suddenly get quick feedback from real user data, and most importantly, they created a pragmatic, data-driven culture since researchers were rewarded for driving actual product improvements. And over time, these experimentation tools gave Facebook and Google a huge edge because they really became a requirement for leading ML teams.
Yep. So now you're probably thinking, well, that's great for Facebook and Google, but my team can't build out our own internal experimentation platform. Well, you don't have to, thanks to Statsig. So Statsig was literally founded by ex-Facebook engineers who did all this. They've built a best-in-class experimentation, feature flagging, and product analytics platform that's available to anyone. And surprise, surprise, a ton of AI companies are now using Statsig to improve and deploy their models, including OpenAI and Anthropic.
Yep, so whether you're building with AI or not, Statsig can help your team ship faster and make better data-driven product decisions. They have a very generous free tier and a special program for venture-backed companies, simple pricing for enterprises, and no seat-based fees. If you're in the acquired community, there's a special offer. You get 5 million free events a month and white glove onboarding support. So visit statsig.com/acquired and get started on your data-driven journey.
We have some questions we want to ask you. Some are cultural about NVIDIA, but others are generalizable to company building broadly. And the first one that we wanted to ask is, we've heard that you have 40 plus direct reports and that this org chart works a lot differently than a traditional company org chart. Do you think there's something special about NVIDIA that makes you able to have so many direct reports, not worry about coddling or focusing on career growth of your executives? And you're like, no, and the most important thing in the world, now go.
Mm-hmm.
A, is that correct? And B, is there something special about NVIDIA that enables that?
I don't think it's something special with NVIDIA. I think that we had the courage to build a system like this. NVIDIA is not built like a military. It's not built like the armed forces, where you have generals and colonels. We're not set up like that. We're not set up in a command and control and information distribution system from the top down. We're really built much more like a computing stack. And a computing stack, the lowest layer is our architecture, and then there's our chip, and then there's our software, and on top of it, there are all these different modules, and each one of these layers of modules are people. And so the architecture of the company, to me, is a computer with a computing stack with people managing different parts of the system. And who reports to whom, your title is not related to anywhere you are in the stack. It just happens to be who is the best at running that module on that function on that layer. It is in charge, and that person is the pilot in command. And so that's one characteristic. And
have you always thought about the company this way, even from the earliest days?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And the reason for that is because your organization should be the architecture of the machinery of building the product, right?
Yep.
That's what a company is.
Yep.
And yet everybody's company look exactly the same, but they all build different things. How does that make any sense? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How you make fried chicken versus how you flip burgers versus how you make, Chinese fried rice, it's different. And so why would the machinery, why would the process be exactly the same? And so it's not sensible to me that if you look at the org charts of most companies, it all kind of looks like this. And then you have one group that's for a business, and you have another for another business, you have another for another business, and they're all kind of supposedly autonomous. And so none of that stuff makes any sense to me. It just depends on what is it that we're trying to build, and what is the architecture of the company that best suits to go build it. So that's number one. In terms of information system and how do you enable collaboration, we kind of wired up like a neural network. And the way that we say is that there's a phrase in the company called mission is the boss. And so we figure out what is the mission, and we go wire up the best skills and the best teams and the best resourceization in a way that doesn't make any sense, but it looks like a little bit like a neural network.
And when you say mission, do you mean mission like NVIDIA's mission is...
Build Hopper.
Yeah, okay. So it's not like further accelerated computing.
No.
It's like we're shipping DGX Cloud.
Build Hopper, or somebody else's build a system for Hopper. Somebody is build CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is build cuDNN for CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is the mission, right? So your mission is to do something.
What are the trade-offs associated with that versus the traditional structure?
The downside is the pressure on the leaders is fairly high. And the reason for that is because in a command and control system, the person who you reports to has more power than you. And the reason why they have more power than you is because they're closer to the source of information than you are. In our company, the information is disseminated fairly quickly to a lot of different people, and it's usually at a team level. So for example, just now I was in our robotics meeting, and we're talking about certain things, and we're making some decisions. And there are new college grads in the room. There's 3 vice presidents in the room. There's 2 E-staffs in the room. And at the moment that we decided together, we reasoned through some stuff. We made a decision. Everybody heard it at exactly the same time. So nobody has more power than anybody else. Does that make sense? The new college grad learned at exactly the same time as the E-staff. And so the executive staff and the leaders that work for me and myself, you earn the right to have your job based on your ability to reason through problems and helping other people succeed. And it's not because you have some privileged information that I knew the answer was 3.7 and only I knew,
Right.
Everybody knew.
When we did our most recent episode of NVIDIA Part 3 that we just released, we sort of did this thought exercise, especially over the last couple of years. Your product shipping cycle has been very impressive, especially given the level of technology that you are working with and the difficulty of this all. We sort of said, could you imagine Apple shipping 2 iPhones a year?
And we said that for illustrative purposes.
For illustrative purposes, not to pick on Apple or whatnot.
A large tech company shipping 2 flagship products, or their flagship product twice per year.
Yeah, or 2 WWDCs a year.
Yeah.
There seems to be something unique.
You can't really imagine that, whereas that happens here. Are there other companies, either current or historically, that you look up to, admire, maybe took some of this inspiration from?
In the last 30 years, I've read my fair share of business books. And as in everything you read, you're supposed to first of all enjoy it, right? Enjoy it, be inspired by it, but not to adopt it. That's not the whole point of these books. The whole point of these books is to share their experiences. And you're supposed to ask, what does it mean to me in my world? And what does it mean to me in the context of what I'm going through? What does this mean to me in the environment that I'm in? And what does this mean to me in what I'm trying to achieve? And what does this mean to NVIDIA in the age of our company and the capabilities of our company? And so you're supposed to ask yourself, what does it mean to you? Mm-hmm. And then from that point, being informed by all these different things that we're learning, we're supposed to come up with our own strategies. What I just described is kind of how I go about everything. You're supposed to be inspired and learn from everybody else. And the education's free, When somebody talks about a new product, you're supposed to go listen to it. You're not supposed to ignore it. You're supposed to go learn from it. And it could be a competitor, it could be an adjacent industry, it could be nothing to do with us. The more we learn from what's happening out in the world, the better. But then you're supposed to come back and ask yourself, what does this mean to us?
Yeah, you don't just want to imitate them.
That's right.
Yeah. I love this tee up of learning but not imitating, and learning from a wide array of sources. There's this sort of unbelievable third element, I think, to what NVIDIA has become today, and that's the data center. It's certainly not obvious. I can't reason from AlexNet and your engagement with the research community and social media feed recommenders to you deciding and the company deciding we're going to go on a 5-year all-in journey on the data center. How did that happen?
Our journey to the data center happened, I would say, almost 17 years ago. I'm always being asked, what are the challenges that the company could see someday? And I've always felt that the fact that NVIDIA's technology is plugged into a computer, and that computer has to sit next to you because it has to be connected to a monitor, that will limit our opportunities someday, because there are only so many desktop PCs that plug a GPU into. And there's only so many CRTs and the time LCDs that we could possibly drive. So the question is, wouldn't it be amazing if our computer doesn't have to be connected to the viewing device, that the separation of it made it possible for us to compute somewhere else? And one of our engineers came and showed it to me one day, and it was really capturing the frame buffer, encoding it into video, and streaming it to a receiver device, separating computing from the viewing.
In many ways, that's cloud gaming. Like 18 years old.
In fact, that was when we started GFN. We knew that GFN was going to be a journey that would take a long time, because you're fighting all kinds of problems, including the speed of light. And
latency everywhere you look.
That's right.
For listeners, GFN, GeForce Now.
GeForce Now. Yeah, GeForce Now. And we've been working on GeForce Now. It all makes sense,
your first cloud product.
That's right. And look at GeForce Now was NVIDIA's first data center product. And our second data center product was remote graphics, putting our GPUs in the world's enterprise data centers, which then led us to our third product, which combined CUDA plus our GPU, which became a supercomputer, which then worked towards, more and more and more. And the reason why it's so important is because the disconnection between where NVIDIA's computing is done versus where it's enjoyed, if you can separate that, your market opportunity explodes.
Yeah.
And it was completely true. And so we're no longer limited by the physical constraints of the desktop PC sitting by your desk. And we're not limited by one GPU per person. And so it doesn't matter where it is anymore. And so that was really the great observation.
It's a good reminder. The data center segment of NVIDIA's business to me has become synonymous with how's AI going? And that's a false equivalence. And it's interesting that you were only this ready to sort of explode in AI in the data center because you had 3+ previous products where you learned how to build data center computers.
Exactly.
Even though those markets weren't these gigantic world-changing technology shifts the way that AI is, that's how you learned.
Yeah, that's right. You want to pave the way to future opportunities. You can't wait until the opportunity is sitting in front of you for you to reach out for it. And so you have to anticipate. Our job as CEOs to look around corners and anticipate where will opportunities be someday, and even if I'm not exactly sure what and when, how do I position the company to be near it? To be just standing kind of near under the tree, and we can do a diving catch when the apple falls. You guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you've got to be close enough to do the diving catch.
Yeah. Rewind to 2015 and OpenAI. If you hadn't been laying this groundwork in the data center, you wouldn't be powering OpenAI right now.
Yeah, but the idea that computing will be mostly done away from the viewing device, that the vast majority of computing will be done away from the computer itself, that insight was good. In fact, cloud computing, everything about today's computing is about separation of that. And by putting it in a data center, we can overcome this latency problem, meaning you're not going to overcome speed of light. Speed of light end to end is only 120 milliseconds or something like that. It's not that long.
From a data center to an internet
Anywhere
user.
on the planet. Yeah. And so we could.
I see. And literally across the planet.
Yeah, right. So if you could solve that problem, approximately something like that, I forget the number, but it's 70 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds, but it's not that long. And so my point is, if you could remove the obstacles everywhere else, then speed of light should be, perfectly fine. And you could build data centers as large as you like, and you could do amazing things. And this little tiny device that we use as a computer, or your TV as a computer, whatever computer, they can all instantly become amazing. And so that insight, 15 years ago was a good one.
So speaking of the speed of light, InfiniBand. David's like begging me to go here. Can feel it.
The same thought.
You totally saw that InfiniBand would be way more useful way sooner than anyone else realized.
Yeah.
Acquiring Mellanox, I think you uniquely saw that this was required to train large language models, and you were super aggressive in acquiring that company. Why did you see that when no one else saw that?
Well, there were several reasons for that. First, if you want to be a data center company, building the processing chip isn't the way to do it. A data center is distinguished from a desktop computer versus a cell phone, not by the processor in it.
Yeah.
A desktop computer in a data center uses the same CPUs, uses the same GPUs, apparently, right? Very close. And so it's not the chip, it's not the processing chip that describes it, but it's the networking of it, it's the infrastructure of it, it's the, how the computing is distributed, how security is provided, how networking is done, so on and so forth. And so those characteristics are associated with Mellanox, not NVIDIA. And so the day that I concluded that really NVIDIA wants to be build computers of the future, and computers of the future are going to be data centers, embodied in data centers, then if we want to be data center oriented company, then we really need to get into networking. And so that was one. The second thing is observation that whereas cloud computing started in hyperscale, which is about taking commodity components, a lot of users, and virtualizing many users on top of one computer, AI is really about distributed computing, where one training job is orchestrated across millions of processors. And so it's the inverse of hyperscale almost. And the way that you design a hyperscale computer with off-the-shelf commodity Ethernet, which is just fine for Hadoop, it's just fine for search queries, it's just fine for all of those things.
But not when you're sharding a model across multiple
Not when you're
racks.
sharding a model across, right? And so that observation says that the type of networking you want to do is not exactly Ethernet, and the way that we do networking for supercomputing is really quite ideal. And so the combination of those two ideas, convinced me that Mellanox is absolutely the right company, because they're the world's leading high performance networking company, and we worked with them in so many different areas in high performance computing already. Plus, I really like the people. The Israel team is world class. We have some 3,200 people there now, and it was one of the best strategic decisions I'd ever made.
When we were researching, particularly part 3 of our NVIDIA series, we talked to a lot of people, and many people told us the Mellanox acquisition is one of, if not the best of all time by any technology company.
I think so too, yeah. And it's so disconnected from the work that we normally do. It was surprising to everybody.
But framed this way, you were standing near where the action was, so you could figure out as soon as that apple sort of becomes available to purchase, like, oh, LLMs are about to blow up. I'm going to need that. Everyone's going to need that. I think I know that before anyone else does.
Yeah. You want to position yourself near opportunities. You don't have to be that perfect. You know, you want to position yourself near the tree. And even if you don't catch the apple before it hits the ground, so long as you're the first one to pick it up. You want to position yourself close to the opportunities. And so that's kind of a lot of my work, is positioning the company near opportunities and having the company having the skills to monetize each one of the steps along the way so that we can be sustainable.
What you just said reminds me of a great aphorism from Buffett and Munger, which is, it's better to be approximately right than exactly wrong.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one
to live by.
Yeah.
All right, listeners, we are here to tell you about a company that literally couldn't be more perfect for this episode, Crusoe.
Yes, Crusoe, as you know by now, is a cloud provider built specifically for AI workloads and powered by clean energy. And NVIDIA is a major partner of Crusoe. Their data centers are filled with A100s and H100s. And as you probably know, with the rising demand for AI, there's been a huge surge in the need for high-performing GPUs, leading to a noticeable scarcity of NVIDIA GPUs in the market. Crusoe has been ahead of the curve and is among the first cloud providers to offer NVIDIA's H100s at scale. They have a very straightforward strategy: create the best AI cloud solution for customers using the very best GPU hardware on the market that customers ask for, like NVIDIA, and invest heavily in an optimized cloud software stack.
Yep. To illustrate, they already have several customers already running large-scale generative AI workloads on clusters of NVIDIA H100 GPUs, which are interconnected with 3200 gigabit InfiniBand and leveraging Crusoe's network-attached block storage solution. And because their cloud is run on wasted, stranded, or clean energy, they can provide significantly better performance per dollar than traditional cloud providers.
Yep. Ultimately, this results in a huge win-win. They take what is otherwise a huge amount of energy waste that causes environmental harm and use it to power massive AI workloads. And it's worth noting that through their operations, Crusoe is actually reducing more emissions than they would generate. In fact, in 2022, Crusoe captured over 4 billion cubic feet of gas, which led to the avoidance of approximately 500,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions. That's equivalent to taking about 160,000 cars off the road.
Amazing. If you, your company, or your portfolio companies could use lower cost and more performant infrastructure for your AI workloads, go to crusoecloud.com/acquired. That's crusoecloud.com/acquired, or click the link in the show notes.
I want to move away from NVIDIA, if you're okay with it, and ask you some questions, since we have a lot of founders that listen to this show, sort of advice for company building. The first one is, when you're starting a startup in the earliest days, your biggest competitor is you don't make anything people want. Like, your company's likely to die just because people don't actually care as much as you do about what you're building.
Right. Yeah.
In the later days, you actually have to be very thoughtful about competitive strategy. And I'm curious, what would be your advice to companies that, you know, have product market fit, that are starting to grow, they're in interesting growing markets? Where should they look for competition, and how should they handle it?
Well, there are all kinds of ways to think about competition. We prefer to position ourselves in a way that serves a need that usually hasn't emerged.
I've heard you or others in NVIDIA, I think, use the phrase $0 billion markets.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, it's our way of saying there's no market yet, but we believe there will be one. And usually when you're positioned there, everybody's trying to figure out, why are you here? Right? Because when we first got into automotive, because we believe that in the future the car is going to be largely software. And if it's going to be largely software, a really incredible computer is necessary. And so when we positioned ourselves there, most people, I still remember one of the CTOs told me, you know what, cars cannot tolerate the blue screen of death. And I said, well, I don't think anybody can tolerate that, but that doesn't change the fact that someday every car will be a software-defined car. And I think, 15 years later, we're largely right. And so oftentimes there's non-consumption, and we like to navigate our company there. And by doing that, by the time that the market emerges, it's very likely there aren't that many competitors shaped that way. And so we were early in PC gaming, and today NVIDIA is very large in PC gaming. We reimagined what a design workstation would be like, and today just about every workstation on the planet uses NVIDIA's technology. We reimagined how supercomputing ought to be done and who should benefit from supercomputing, that we would democratize it. And look, today NVIDIA's in accelerated computing is quite large. And we reimagined how software would be done, and today it's called machine learning, and how computing would be done, we call it AI. And so we reimagined these kind of things, try to do that about a decade in advance. And so we spent about a decade in $0 billion markets. And today I spent a lot of time on Omniverse, and Omniverse is a classic example of a $0 billion business. And
there's like 40 customers now, something like that.
Hey, Amazon, BMW.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
So let's say you do get this great 10-year lead, but then other people figure it out, and you got people nipping at your heels. What are some structural things that someone who's building a business can do to sort of stay ahead? And you can just keep your pedal to the metal and say, we're going to outwork them and we're going to be smarter. And like that works to some extent, but those are tactics. What strategically can you do to sort of make sure that you can maintain that lead?
Oftentimes, if you created the market, you ended up having, what people describe as moats. Because if you build your product right and it's enabled an entire ecosystem around you to help serve that end market, you've essentially created a platform. Sometimes it's a